Greetings and good day, YouTube and Twitch highlight watchers. How are you doing today? I myself am pretty excited to continue where we last left off in the Metal Gear Solid franchise playthrough, specifically with the start of Metal Gear Solid 3. Now, before we really get into it, what's really cool is there's different things that you can do. Like, as you can see, I'm moving around the screen right now, up, down, left, and right. You might not be able to notice it because of the patterns of the camouflage. You can also slow down the thing, speed up the thing, the interactivity stuff. You can also change the coloration and what's highlighted for the coloration, right? And then we could change the camouflage in the background as well. Well, one of the things that's pretty cool is this is the menu, I think, that has the most interactivity. So, that's one of the first little Easter eggs you get into before you even start. This is something we won't be doing right now, but it's pretty cool. Special, there's a camouflage download, but we'll get into that later. Walking, running, intermediate, advanced. This is all like the tutorial stuff, right? So if you want to get all your information, right, of all the beginning stuff, intermediate stuff with the hanging, the CQC throw, use left analog stick and the circle button while near an enemy soldier and while equipping a CQC ready weapon to throw the enemy. The enemy will be knocked unconscious after being tossed, right? And then you have the chokehold, which is hold circle button while near an enemy soldier and while equipping a ready weapon to put the enemy in a chokehold. Several further options are available. You have the threaten, which is press L3 button while holding an enemy soldier in a chokehold to threaten them with a knife and get some information out of them. Split throat, press down the circle button firmly while the enemy is in a chokehold to slit their throat. So you stop pressing the circle button, basically, at that stage, I think. I think there's supposed to be pressure sensitivity with these, so you might end up slitting a couple of throats by accident. Human shield, press square after grabbing the enemy in a chokehold to use them as human shield. And then you have the throw while holding. Hold down the left analog stick and press circle while the enemy is in your chokehold to throw them. And then you could tell them to freeze, right? You have point thing, and then you have accurate fire, which is crouching and proning and stuff like that. And then your advanced pointer, jump out, shooting, which is just fire your weapon while you're looking. Actions in first person, L2, R2, sidestep left or right. That's good for probing your surroundings, tiptoeing, stuff like that. A lot of this is stuff that we already know about from the previous Metal Gear games. The biggest one is the CQC stuff. That's entirely new. We're not going to get too much into anything else other than the fact that this is one of the few occasions where we can talk about this game and why certain things that happen in this game are going to be relevant to the future. Because this game, if you don't know, is a prequel to everything beforehand. Like, this is what started it all. We're going to be playing on normal, right? I'm a confident player, but we're going to do standard difficulty, play it on normal, right? No big excuses we don't need.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
So already I can tell you the references in Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2 about the Cold War era of Big Boss is relevant, right? This is where the relevancy comes from. The Hideo Kojima game. David Hayter. Lizetta Minette, Gloria Allen, Neil Ross, Josh Keaton, Jim Ward, Brian Cummings, James Mathis, Heather Haley, Jim Piddock, 5:30 a.m., August 24th, 1964, Pakistan airspace.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization.
You notice how the character's hair is blonde?
Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
The little fox on the side of the plane. Alright, I gotta keep it in this render mode for cutscenes. Hopefully everything else will render properly.
Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Not really putting out your cigar, but whatever. I suppose we could deal with it that way.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
That's unfortunate. We're gonna have a little bit of slowdown and a couple of audio video issues here and there.
External temperature minus 46 degrees
You'll hear the
Celsius.
slowdown sometimes when certain sounds play.
Stand up.
It sucks, but we can deal with it. We dealt with it in Metal Gear Solid 2. We can deal with it now.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout bottle.
This is one for the history books. The world's
High
first
altitude,
Halo jump.
low orbit.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
What a hell of an opening, right? Hell of an opening. You get no information, you're
Jack,
just
I've got
diving
some
into it.
important
And then the
news.
information comes by, the
The
briefing.
head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission.
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission. Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov. Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the west. We used a mole to get the family out first, and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my side.
That's rough, man.
Then, a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No, according to our intelligence, he's in Selinoyarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
The research facility is miles to the west of where we're actually landing to rescue Sokolov.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selinoyarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west.
There
If
are
we don't get
secret
Sokolov back before that
first
weapon is
person
complete,
things. I will be
we'll
holding
facing a
R1 the
major
entire
crisis.
time
The clock is ticking.
on cutscenes, basically. So instead of being able to zoom in like we used to, now we just go into first person view.
Once we've confirmed the rescue
our
of
character's
Sokolov,
stuff.
stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proof.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talon?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast.
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
Oh shit. Well, that would have been a hell of an end to the mission. There's a reason I picked I like Metal Gear Solid 2 more. Jack. David Hayter.
What's wrong? You were expecting something different? Now, go and find Sokolov and get him out of there.
You hear that? What's wrong? Are you expecting something different?
What's wrong? You were expecting something different? Now, go and find Sokolov and get him out of there.
55. So that little the picture change is going to be important later. There we go.
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. Oh, and Snake.
And
Yeah.
then codename changes.
Crew isn't watching anymore. You can take off the disguise now.
And
Good
this
idea.
this right here. This is pretty cool.
Isn't right.
This isn't right.
Time for the snake to shed his skin.
Because that face looks very familiar to Raiden. So it's a little bit of a Easter egg / joke about Metal Gear Solid 2 and how everyone was so upset with it. Snake, David Hayter. There we go. Look at the camera and all that, the big reveal. You don't get that if you do Metal Gear Solid 1. He just comes in without the mask. So yeah, we're already starting off at a couple of Easter eggs right off the rip.
Can you hear me, Major Tom? This is Snake. Kept you waiting, huh?
This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why
Naked
you asked me
Snake.
if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No, there's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
That were you expecting something different, I think is a little important for later down the line. I am going to pause it right here. Look at that. Look at the pause function. What's this? We'll have to look at that later more in detail, won't we? I'll be right back. Probably gonna go get myself something to eat. Fish. We have fish. You know the rules, and so do I. And if you don't, I'll go over them again. If I'm eating snacks, I'll leave the face cam on. But if I'm eating dinner, I turn the face cam off. So congratulations. The face cam is off. Now you press R1 for viewer, and you get a little look at Snake, right? And then you have food. We have a calorie mate, uneaten yet, taste unknown. Never seen a food like this before. Options, so we can go through and look at all the like vibrations on. What are we doing for this? Captions are on. Our own view is normal. Screen adjustment, brightness adjustments. And then a map. What do you got?
Snake, see that fallen tree?
Yeah.
Check it out.
Why?
Just do it.
There's a crevice under this fallen tree.
If you lie down and crawl, you can wedge yourself into the crevice. To lie down and crawl from a standing position, press and hold the crawl button. When you want to stand back up, press and hold the crawl button again. Got it?
Yeah, but
But what?
was that the only reason?
What do you mean?
You had me check it just so you could tell me that?
That's right.
Oh,
Pretty useful, huh?
right.
Shall we carry on?
By all means.
When you're out in nature, you'll find lots of places that you can crawl inside. You can use those places to hide from enemies. You'd be a fool not to take advantage of those hiding places, so always look around with first-person view and survey your surroundings. Snake, first you need to find that backpack you lost on the way down. Your backpack got caught on a tree to the north. Try heading in that direction.
Anything else to say?
Snake, you said your backpack got caught on a tree branch, right?
Yeah,
Was there ivy growing on the tree?
there was, but
Perfect.
perfect.
Indeed. You can climb any ivy-covered tree by standing in front of the ivy and pressing the action button. Climb the tree and retrieve your backpack.
A lot of it's just tutorial-based stuff, of course. At the very beginning, crawling backwards.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right, it's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily wastes. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She.
Hello, Snake. I'm Paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
Boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me.
Oh.
Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission.
Hmm.
You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No. I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I
Okay,
could.
I have a good spot for my face
The
cam.
rest you needed to learn on your own.
Hello there.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that.
If I need to
A
move it again,
soldier
I
needs
will.
to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
The reason I changed where my face cam is because this is actually, there's a lot of little like videos and stuff like that that'll be important for the future.
Basics of CQC.
Before we make any progress forward, we have a lot of codec calls to make, we have a lot of conversations to have, and we have a lot of things to explore and look for.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
This is probably going to be one of the longest playthroughs I've done up to this point. I don't know if it has the same effect as previously. I don't know if we have to do 100, but we're gonna see. Here's another fun fact. You see how our bar above there, it looks like it's reduced some? That'll be important later. I'm trying to keep track of how many that I've done. I think we're at 20 right now. And you'll notice our stamina bar only went back up to where we lost to. So, right, like the amount of grip that we have. I'm gonna see if doing 100 of these will actually work, right? We're at 28 right now. $30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. $41, 2, 33, 4, 5, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 1, 52, 3, 54, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 61, 2, 63, 4, 5, 6, 67, 68. So, the brightest I have, huh? Brightest I have. I'm not sure. I have a hot pink. That's pretty bright. Give me a second. Let me do these last 30 pull-ups and I'll get right on that. I might actually have to clean up my other nails. I gotta go get a piece of cloth or something like that. Future reference, instead of saying that, you could say the most feminine, I guess, or the most stereotypically feminine, because stereotypically, a lot of people would view pink as feminine, right? Pink, purple, stuff like that. A lot of people have a tendency to view pink as feminine. So, give me a second. Yes, yeah, I'm aware of that. It's taken on other means, like other meanings as time has progressed. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to actually do here. I've almost done 100 of these. In Metal Gear Solid 2, if you did 100 of these, you would go from level 1 grip strength to level 2. And then if you did another 100, or maybe it was 200, I can't quite remember, it would go from level 2 to level 3, and level 3 was your maximum grip strength. This one I don't think there's any upgrade or any special effects or anything like that. No radio call, nothing like that that's happening so far. Before we get down into it, I'm gonna do one more round of this. I'm gonna do a codec call, and as the codec call is going on, I will paint my nail. Oh, we're starting to get hungry. Pistols, of course, right off the rip. I see. I see. Well, I will activate that in 15 seconds or so. Mind you, I'm giving you an extra 15 seconds by doing this because... Give me one. You did it right at the start, too. The only thing that I have is pistols right now, you son of a bitch. Alright. Let's talk to everyone.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction. Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to using your camouflage, hunting for food, and navigating the survival viewer. If you have any questions about camouflage or CQC, ask the boss. The boss's frequency is 141.80. Paramedic is the medical correspondent for this mission. Ask her about hunting for food and medical treatment. Also, she has documents detailing flora and fauna in the operation locale. Contact her if you need detailed information on any of the plants and animals in your area. Paramedic's frequency is 145.73.
Let's get into contact with everybody and do our first save.
That area is home to the reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare.
Right. But how do they taste?
Huh?
Do they taste good?
You're actually going to eat one.
Why else would I be asking?
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's see what the guide says. Ah, you're in luck. It says they taste pretty good.
Good. I can hardly wait.
Ugh.
These calls are
The gauge
priceless.
below your life gauge is your stamina gauge. It shows, as the name suggests, your remaining stamina. As you consume stamina, your natural life regeneration is slowed and your hands shake more. Your O2 gauge and grip gauge also become shorter. Excessively low stamina can often impede your mission objectives. Make sure you replenish stamina before that occurs. Snake, that area is inhabited by the giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake. The giant anaconda is a very large snake, but you should be able to capture it alive using the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
Ugh.
There you go. There's your brightest that I have. Alright, so we need to find a giant anaconda and a reticulated python so we can talk to Paramedic about those. Hold on, okay. So we can't use that. Nope. Keep the survival knife, we'll turn that off. We'll have to talk to other people about our gear. Snake G. Hold on. We need to make sure that we actually put Snake G in our inventory, I think. Giant anaconda.
Eat food to recover stamina. capture plants and animals to get food. I have information on the local plants and animals, so don't hesitate to ask. Snake, that area is inhabited by magpies. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh? If you use the tranquilizer gun, you should be able to capture magpies alive.
Okay, so how do they taste?
You always ask me that.
Naturally. So,
He's on first.
I've never heard of anybody actually eating a magpie, but I suppose there's no reason you couldn't.
you don't say.
Oh.
You don't say.
To take a rest, all you have to do is save and exit the game. The next time you load your save data and continue the game, your stamina and life will have recovered. How much they recover depends on how long of a rest you take.
So the longer I rest, the more I'll recover.
That's right. If you're so exhausted that you don't even have the strength to find food, save the game and take a rest and you'll be back on your feet.
I hope that never happens.
So do I. But you never know. Just don't forget, okay?
Now, ain't that some
I
shit?
won't.
Ain't that some shit?
I see you have a calorie mate.
Calorie mate.
The thing you're holding now?
Oh, the little block that looks like a cookie?
Try it, it's pretty good.
Okay, but what is this thing? Never seen anything like it.
Calorie Mate is an energy supplement that contains all the proteins, lipids, vitamins, carbohydrates, and minerals needed for a balanced diet. It's a well-balanced food. Because of that, it's just perfect for giving your body the nutrition it needs in combat.
It sounds like a space-age food.
Real astronaut food is not very good, but that should taste fine.
Yeah, and it'll help balance out all this jungle food I'm eating.
It's easy and quick to eat, so it's perfect when you're running late for an important mission in the morning.
I've never been late for a mission.
Really? Aren't you always keeping people waiting?
Huh?
It's easy to keep track of your calorie intake and receive the nutrition your body needs, so it's good for losing weight, too. All of the geisha girls in Japan use it for watching their calories.
Is that why they're all so slim?
Right. And any diet where you eat nothing at all is bad for the body.
I see. You seem to know a lot about Japan, don't you?
Yes, I love Japan.
Alright, let's see what the boss has to say really fast.
Camouflage is an indispensable tool when you're sneaking through the jungle. To use camouflage, first press the Start button to go to the Survival viewer. Then select Camouflage and press the Enter button. Select Uniform to select Battle Fatigues, and Face to select Face Paint. Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment. The most effective camouflage is attained by selecting fatigues that blend in with the environment. Camouflage patterns that stand out in your surroundings will attract attention. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you'll be finding yourself in a lot of unexpected encounters. Naturally, this means that close quarters combat will be more important than ever.
So I'll have plenty of chances to use CQC then.
That's right. In proximity encounters, firing a gun isn't necessarily the best response to every situation. It's only one option among many. Rather than taking the time to draw, aim, and fire a gun, engaging your opponent in hand-to-hand combat can sometimes be a faster and more reliable way of subduing him. Besides, in a sneaking mission like this one, it's too dangerous to go around firing your gun. You'll end up revealing yourself to the enemy.
Yeah, I know. You created CQC to deal with exactly this type of situation.
With your help, of course. In a battle situation, you'll only have a split second to decide how to attack. Use the Weapon button to attack using a weapon, and the CQC button to attack using CQC. Press the CQC button once to throw a punch. Pressing it multiple times in succession will allow you to deliver a combo attack. But striking your opponent is just one aspect of CQC. It doesn't really start to shine until you've got your enemy in a hold. Press and hold down the CQC button to grab your opponent with your right hand. From there, you can use the left analog stick to knock your opponent off balance and throw him to the ground. This can be used to knock an opponent out in a single blow. If you don't press the left analog stick, grapple with your enemy until you're behind them and can get your knife to their throat. Grabbing an enemy from behind and holding your knife against his throat will render him virtually powerless. From this point, there are several things you can do. Press the CQC button hard to slit the enemy's throat with your knife. Move the left analog stick and press the CQC button to throw the enemy to the ground. Lightly tap the CQC button rapidly to choke the enemy. You can use this to knock him out or even kill him if you do it long enough. By continuing to hold down the CQC button, you can move around while keeping your grip on the enemy. By pressing the weapon button, you can aim your currently equipped weapon at another enemy. With their comrade acting as a human shield, the enemy will be reluctant to attack you. Move the left analog stick around to press your knife against the enemy and demand information. You'll be surprised at how much you can learn this way. But don't get too complacent. While your enemy may be powerless in your grip, he'll use any opportunity he can to counterattack.
You're gonna have to be very careful not to accidentally slit everyone's throat because of that.
Saving the game, Snake? Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla, King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Oh, there's a lot of movie references. A lot of 60s and prior movie references on this one. Like, there are so many. Alright, let me really fast.
Tasty.
We just ate the giant anaconda. So now, let's talk to paramedic and see what they have to say.
Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you toss one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So,
How about it?
it?
How about what?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah,
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it. You should be able to find Russian oyster mushrooms
Give it a
in that
minute.
area. The Russian oyster mushroom is an edible variety that belongs to the shimeji family. It's known to be particularly rich in vitamin B1 and niacin. Apparently, it's usually found growing on tree stumps and hollow logs, so look there if you want to eat some. To eat food, press the Start button to enter the survival viewer, then select Food. Select the food you want to eat and press the Enter button.
Come on, say
Select
something about the
Eat,
giant
and you will eat
anaconda.
the selected food. When you eat, you will recover your stamina, but the extent of recovery depends on what you eat. When your stamina is down only slightly, you should save your tastier morsels for later. But don't leave food for too long or it'll rot. This is where a little planning ahead goes a long way.
Paramedic.
What's up?
Are you a medic or a doctor?
I'm a well-respected physician, or I was until I joined the CIA.
How is your reputation?
My what?
Your reputation.
Oh, that.
How was it?
Why? Don't you trust me?
That's not what I meant.
Fine then.
Uh-huh. So,
So what?
your reputation, how was it?
My, you're relentless.
Hey, I'm a snake. So,
My reputation was spotless. I'm highly skilled, patient, and good-looking to boot. Everybody wanted to see me. What else would you expect? No, seriously.
Incidentally, her nickname back then was Quack.
Major.
is that true?
Is what true?
About your nickname.
No. Well, maybe a few people did call me that.
So you were a quack.
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, in a sense I was, but then again I wasn't.
Snake, her skills as a doctor are beyond reproach. You have my word on that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Snake.
Then why did they call her quack?
It's because she...
Never mind that. It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do and we have to stay focused.
We gotta find out why they called her
Besides,
Quack.
My past doesn't have anything to do with the mission and...
Because she never shuts up.
Yes, that's it.
No, that's not it. Snake, tell him that's not true. Say something.
I'd
Better get back to the mission.
Yes, you do that.
Just a minute. Snake, don't you hang up on me.
Oh, that's great. Are we really not going to say anything about the giant anaconda?
You should be able to find
Siberian
Siberian ink cap mushrooms growing
in that area.
The Siberian
Siberian?
ink cap is a mushroom from the ink cap
Okay.
family. Its life cycle is transitory. As soon as the spores mature, the cap starts to turn black, liquefy, and melt away.
And that's why they call it an ink cap?
That's right. It doesn't really turn to liquid, but you get the idea. In its immature state, before it melts away, it's valued as a source of food. Just be sure not to eat them while you're drinking alcohol.
Why's that?
Ink caps contain coprin, which inhibits the function of aldehyde dehydrogenase. This prevents the body from breaking down alcohol, causing a buildup of acetaldehyde,
Meaning?
meaning it will give you the hangover from hell.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What?
You think I'd drink alcohol in the middle of a mission?
Wouldn't you?
Hell no.
Well, I'm knocking a shot back now.
What?
Just teasing you.
No.
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of humor?
I need a drink.
I don't think we're going to get the
If you have
conversation
any
about
questions about stamina or healing, just
the giant
ask me.
anaconda,
I'll
unfortunately.
tell you everything you need to know. It'll have to be over the radio, though.
So you won't be able to see me naked then.
Yeah, I'm devastated. But I'll bet that 50 years from now, you'll be able to see who you're talking to on the radio.
I'll be retired from active duty by then.
She's
I don't
awesome.
know. Somebody somewhere might just decide to give you a call.
Wouldn't surprise me. Let's both pray that never happens.
Say, Snake, about that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the Halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something.
Yeah.
The mask.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that?
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard this one.
I know I've seen it somewhere before. Any ideas?
A movie?
How would I?
That's it!
What?
The Fly!
The Fly?
Yeah, it finally came
Okay.
to me. You look just like him. Oh, I feel better.
The Fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. It's a good movie. When you get hurt, your body will heal itself naturally over time. However, the speed at which your life recovers depends on how much stamina you have at the time. The more stamina you have, the faster you'll recover. So if you want your wounds to heal quickly, you should eat something and replenish your stamina first.
I don't think we're going to be able to talk about the giant anaconda.
A fruit called the Russian false mango
grows
grows
in that area.
The Russian false mango is a mango-like fruit found only in Selino-Yarsk. The egg-shaped fruit is sweet and tangy with a pleasing aroma, just like a mango. Also, the seeds can be used to make a medicine that aids in digestion. It might come in handy if you ever have an upset stomach. Eat food to recover stamina.
We heard this already, I think.
Capture plants and animals to get food.
Yeah.
I have information on the local plants and animals, so don't hesitate to ask.
I know there's a call for after we eat stuff, too.
Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout it.
Okay. So we're going to have to look around, see if we can find some more foods, and then proceed to eat said foods. There's another thing I have to do as well. Ah, here we go. Got the mushroom. Our mushroom A. I think this is another giant anaconda. Nope, that is probably the reticulated python then. The sound effects of the jungle are just so good. Looking for a magpie as well. Tree frog. been well over 5 minutes. All right.
To take a rest, all you have to do is save an.
Heard this already.
You should be
Be
able to find
the
Russian oyster
mushroom. Russian oyster mushrooms. Russian oyster mushroom. So she just talked about those, and because she just talked about those, let's go to the Russian oyster mushrooms.
Disgusting.
Snake. That area is in. Some types of food spoil faster than others.
Oh, that's right.
Animal and fish meat
Spoiled
goes bad
food.
relatively fast, but plants and mushrooms generally last a little longer. Animals won't go bad if you capture them alive, though. You can tell whether food has gone bad or not by looking closely at the icon on the food screen in the survival viewer. So be sure to check the icon before you eat the food. If you eat spoiled food, you'll get sick and end up with a stomachache. It'll get better eventually if you leave it alone, but that means you'll throw up and lose a lot of stamina. If you get a stomachache, go to Cure in the survival viewer and take some digestive medicine. Digestive medicine and antidotes aren't the only ways to cure stomachaches and food poisoning. You can also induce vomiting. Go into the survival viewer and press the viewer button to enter viewer mode. Then rotate the right analog stick to spin your body around, and eventually you'll start feeling queasy. When you get dizzy enough, exit the survival viewer and you'll throw up. That should get rid of any stomachache and food poisoning you have. Give it a try. You can capture animals alive by using the tranquilizer gun or a mousetrap. When you capture a live animal, you can carry it on you as a weapon by going to Backpack in the survival viewer. Once
I
an
think I
animal is
messed
on
up
your
by going
person,
back into the
equip it
radio.
and press the weapon button to throw it. Throwing a venomous animal at an enemy might be enough to knock him out. Even non-venomous animals like frogs can be used to distract the enemy's attention. And since I know you're going to ask me, yes, keeping animals alive prevents them from rotting and makes them taste better when you eat them. Remember, though, you've only got 3 cages for capturing live animals. To take a rest...
Okay. Unfortunate. I want her to ask about the magpie again. We have another Russian oyster mushroom we can eat and try again. Hold on, let's move. Let's go here. Let's go to food.
Sick.
That area is home to the reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the... To take a rest...
Alright. We'll have to talk to her later, I suppose. So many I almost said codec calls. So many radio calls. a lot of information about the animals around there. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten any of the I've eaten this animal.
Some types of food spoil fast. That area is inhabited by Indian gavials. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
Okay, don't do any more calls. We'll get some stuff and see if we can't get ourselves... Get ourselves one of these Indian gavels. Oh, bitch.
To take a rest...
I messed up, I think. Oh well.
Snake, be careful of
There
that
we go.
swamp.
What's dangerous about it?
It's a bottomless swamp.
A bottomless swamp?
Yes. The mud in that swamp is highly viscous. It will stick to your body like tar. It will be impossible for you to swim. If you get swallowed by the bottomless swamp, you won't be able to escape on your own. Once you sink down to about head level, you'll be trapped for good. Make sure you get out before that happens. Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
This should actually give me access to... Suppressor, never mind. Give me a minute. There we go.
Snake, you will encounter Baltic hornets' nests in that area. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful.
Alright, really fast. I really don't know if this is going to actually give me the information that I want, but... Okay, this one's really cool, right? Taste unknown, but said to be edible. Not eaten yet, said to be tasty. Not eaten yet, said to be fairly tasty. Not eaten yet, said to be tasty. Said to be edible, said to be edible. That's what's so cool. Taste unknown, but said to be edible. Right? Now, normally what you do is you eat that, you call her, and she'll give you, that's too far, that's too far, that's too far, that's way too far. You call her and be like, hey, I just ate that thing. I'm very curious, though. Come on, give me what I want. Give me what I want, please.
Gross.
Said gross. Talk about the magpie.
Snake, there's a fruit called the Golova
God damn
growing
it.
in that area.
Golova.
Yeah, it's a fruit that's found only in that region. It's related to the jackfruit, which is commonly found in Southeast Asia.
Jackfruit, huh?
Yep, he's a cannibal.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm sure you...
I said, I'm sure you'd like it.
Oh.
Golova means head in Russian. It's probably called that because the fruit grows to about the size of a human head. It's supposedly pretty good to eat with a uniquely sweet flavor. The fruit itself is fairly large, so you can make a meal out of it. Golovas grow directly off the trunk of the tree. If you're running low on stamina, it might be a good idea to keep an eye on the tree trunks. That area is home to the gauge below your
Talk about the magpie, damn it.
to eat food. To take a rest. To eat. You can capture animals.
Damn. Damn you.
Snake, once you head further north, you'll be entering enemy territory. You'd best get used to using camouflage and hunting for food while you have the convenience.
You got anything new for me?
Snake,
What's up, boss?
don't you what's up me?
Okay then, what is it?
I'm talking about your camouflage. Why aren't you using it?
Oh,
When you don't use any camouflage at all, you stick out like a sore thumb. Didn't you listen to a word I said?
well, I was listening, but...
Then start using your camouflage. Is that clear?
yeah.
That's funny.
You can only use CQC to grab enemies when your right hand is free to grab and pull them toward you. In other words, when you're barehanded or equipped with a one-handed weapon like a survival knife or a handgun. You won't be able to grab hold of enemies when equipped with two-handed weapons, such as the assault rifle or weapons such as hand grenades that don't leave your right hand free to control the enemy.
So in other words, I can't throw enemies with CQC when I'm holding an assault rifle or a hand grenade.
Exactly. Don't forget it.
Yeah. It's another one of those situations wherein that's gonna be rough. So we're gonna have to see about getting information off these people without killing them.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. We can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got
You
that?
say that.
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
All right, since we're in a new little region, let's see what Paramedic has to say about flora and fauna of this area. And we can talk to Major Tom
If
as
you
well.
crawl into the grass, you can advance undercover. When you do, the camera automatically switches to intrusion view. If you want to stand up again, press and hold the crawl button once more. If you press the crawl button briefly, you'll crouch in that spot. This allows you to observe things without blowing your cover. Even when hidden in grass, if you make a noise, your enemies will locate you. When enemies are nearby, move with slight movements of the left analog stick. That way you can proceed with minimal disturbance. Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north.
I'm pretty
so
sure
head
it's
in
just the
that
same thing we've
direction.
already heard. Yeah,
When you get hurt, your body will.
heard this one.
That area is home to the Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. If you're aiming to catch one alive, use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So,
How does it taste?
yeah,
I don't know.
you don't know.
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
You'll find a fruit called the Yabloko Moloko growing in that area.
Diablo, what now?
Yabloko Moloko. It's a Russian name that roughly translates as milk apple. It's a type of star apple. The juice is thick and sweet, like milk, hence the name. And if you cut one in half lengthwise, you'll see a star-shaped ring radiating out from the center.
Hence the star apple.
Right. The star-shaped part has a gelatinous texture and is said to be especially tasty.
Sounds useful.
What's funny is
You're welcome.
For once.
if
Did you
you
say
eat
something?
that,
No,
the Yabloko
back to the mission.
Moko, whatever it said, I think your character will not like the taste of it. You call paramedic, she'll say that, and then you do another one, and it actually changes how you taste it because you didn't consume it the right way. It's kind of funny.
That area is home to the particular.
Articulated python. Gonna say anything if I eat the fucking thing?
That's tasty.
The gauge below.
Nope, not gonna say anything about the reticulated.
Snake, that. Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frog. Snake.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
Also, the reason I'm calling all these
I
people
see
several
you're
times
wearing
like
the
that
black camouflage.
is because
People tend to associate black camo with night operations, but that's not always the case.
we'll get more personal data
Wearing
as we
all
talk
black
to them.
when
I
you're out
forgot
in the
about that.
forest at night makes your silhouette darker and more prominent, and you end up standing out instead. To get the most out of your camouflage, it's essential to choose a pattern that matches your surroundings, even at night. Don't forget that. You're wearing the woodland face paint, I see. The woodland face paint is designed for use in forests. It'll give you a high level of camouflage in a wooded environment. Try using woodland paint when you're traveling through the forest.
We're going to do this a couple times to get all of her dialogue options with the camouflage. No paint, naked.
Snake, did you take off your uniform?
Yeah,
What's the matter?
just needed to loosen up.
I know there's a naked option under uniform in the camouflage window that lets you take off your uniform. But without a uniform on, your camo index will remain low, and you'll burn through your stamina more quickly. So stop acting like a fool and put some camouflage on now. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
I see you're not wearing any face paint. Selecting no paint for face under camouflage lets you remove your face paint. But without face paint, your camouflage alone won't be sufficient. So if you need a high camo index, make sure you're wearing face paint. Got it? Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well your camouflage is working. But this is a solo sneaking mission, so nobody out there is on your side. You have to determine how well your camouflage is working by yourself.
yeah, I know.
Don't worry, that's what the camo index is for. The camo index tells you how well you've imitated the surroundings. The higher the index, the more well disguised you are. With a high enough camo index, you can even fool enemies inches away. If you are in an area where encounters are a high concern, keep your camo index high. Got it?
Like I said, this is going to take a while just because of how many we got to go through.
I see you wearing the olive drab uniform. Olive drab, or OD for short, is what you might call the pre-camouflage uniform. Plain-colored OD fatigues are still worn by infantry today, but they'll be replaced sooner or later by patterned camouflage. As you can see, it's got no colors or markings on it, so of course it won't make a very effective disguise. You should change into some other type of camouflage as soon as you can. You're wearing black face paint, huh? Painting your face black will raise your camo index in dark areas. If you find yourself in any dark areas, make sure to use the black face paint.
Got 3 more camos and 2 more face paints, at least for the time being.
I see you're wearing the tiger stripe camouflage. The tiger stripe pattern has been in use since 1959 among the South Vietnamese Marine Corps, but the pattern originated with the French. It's said that it developed out of the brushstroke pattern, also known as lizard camouflage. It provides some cover in trees and grass, but it's especially effective in earth and mud environments. You should find it useful when you're concealing yourself by crawling on the ground. In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission. That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security, and the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
Same.
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why?
Hmm.
Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons. This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
You don't need to remind me.
I'm glad to hear that.
Glad to hear what?
That you haven't changed a bit.
Hmm?
The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, backpack to select a weapon, food to eat, and cure to heal yourself. The map option lets you view the map, and the options function lets you change the settings to suit your individual style. The survival viewer is going to be your best friend in this mission, so learn to make the most of it. Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment. The most effective camouflage is attained by selecting fatigues that blend in with the environment. Camouflage patterns that stand out in your surroundings will attract attention.
I think we've heard this already.
I see you're wearing the leaf pattern camouflage. The leaf pattern was developed to provide cover in forest environments. The U.S. military isn't the only one using it. Countries that anticipate operating in forest environments are developing various types of patterns, each suited to the vegetation of the particular region. The Soviets and the Eastern European countries all use their own unique patterns. Leaf pattern camo will give you an especially low profile in areas of thick vegetation. It takes more than just clothes to make a good disguise. To camouflage yourself effectively, you'll need to wear face
Has nothing
paint.
to say about the splinter face paint.
Face paint is camouflage applied to the face. Bare skin sticks out like a sore thumb in the jungle, so always protect yourself with face paint. Choose a color that matches the features of your surroundings, and use your finger to apply the face paint. Start by applying a light color, then gradually move up in darkness. That way, even if you make a mistake, you can cover it up with a later, darker color. In order to flatten the appearance of your face, use light colors on areas of the face that recede, and dark colors on areas that protrude. Open the survival viewer, go to camouflage, then select face, and you'll find the selection of face paints. Be sure to select a face paint that makes you blend right into your surroundings, okay?
One more after this. See if you say anything about the mask as well.
I see you're wearing the tree bark camouflage. The tree bark pattern was originally created for use by hunters. Unlike the somewhat abstract design seen in other patterns, tree bark is characterized by a design that resembles photographs of stumps and branches pasted together. It's especially good when you're pressed up against a tree. Camouflage is about blending in with nature. To ensure effective camouflage, you have to stay low and keep still. As long as you have camouflage fatigues, face paint that matches the environment, and lay on your stomach, You don't need to be concerned with being spotted by distant enemies. On the other hand, no amount of camouflage will keep you hidden from the enemy if you're running around. So when you need to hide from the enemy, lie as low as possible and stay still. You can check the camo index to see how your movement and position affects the quality of your disguise. Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid-colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough.
And the final suit.
I see you're wearing the squares pattern camouflage. The squares camouflage consists of a series of squares, each varying slightly in color and shape from the next. It has the effect of making the contours of the person wearing it more difficult to distinguish. You'll find it especially useful against brick and rusted metal backgrounds.
All right. We'll have to discuss more later. Meantime, wrong button. Gonna take me a second to get used to all that. Shit. I thought it was gonna keep going, not come this way. Don't move. Looking right at me.
Huh? Who was that? Who's that?
Speak.
Won't hand over so.
Nope. Not what I wanted to do. Well, this will give me enough time. I'm gonna get myself killed here.
Speak.
If you climb trees, there's fruit.
Speak.
Inside fallen trees.
Okay, that's gonna be... So you need to be quick. Where?
under the bridge. Speak. Move the left analog stick. Answer me. You lousy. Speak. You.
Okay, that's gonna be a little bit difficult to do, but I need to be quick. Alright, now. Take me out. Take me out. Actually, better yet. Just do the fake death pill. You wait long enough. This is where we gotta wait long enough, okay? We gotta wait. So Snake is dead. Time paradox. And then we can't revive ourselves. All right. Some bug juice, which could potentially be useful later. Let's wait for him to pass by and see if we can actually get some good information from him without accidentally killing him or releasing him. I definitely want to hold him up before I grab a hold of him, you know? Be like, freeze. This is probably going to end up, instead of like where I've been previously, a no-kill playthrough, this is probably going to be a no-boss kill playthrough. There's a specific reason for that.
Huh? Who's that?
Bullshit.
HQ.
We're gonna consider this practice right now. We're gonna get a lot of continues. I don't really mind right now. Greetings and good day, Fab. How are you today? Well, I figured it's alright. It's just a little bit frustrating for myself because I could definitely go through this entire area without getting a single alert or a single continue. Right?
I see you're wearing... The gun you're using is a test model of a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from
Oh yeah, how
is
you doing
itself
today,
being developed
Rock?
for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's what they're going to call it if they decide to adopt it for official use. It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots. There's talk of designing the Mark 22 to accommodate special subsonic rounds, but for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the
We've heard this so
tranquilizer
many
into the
times
target.
through so many different Metal
You
Gears.
can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head. But if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully.
There's nobody here. Huh? What the? Who was that? There's nobody here.
How the hell are you hearing me?
Who's that?
Fucking getting mad at myself. I learned how to walk.
This is HQ.
Yeah, shut up. Learned how to walk. Also, I'm pretty sure a lot of those codec conversations aren't really saving, unfortunately. So give me a second.
If you crawl into the grass, you can
I
advance
think, yeah,
undercover.
we heard this one.
I see
Yep,
you're wearing the...
yep. I'm gonna quickly rush through those. Woodland's fine here, and then leaf. Alright. Oh, also, I know I'm forgetting about something. I'm forgetting about those damn, koi frogs or whatever they're called. We'll get it. Oh. Not gonna move.
Freeze. Don't shoot! Huh?
Speak. We won't hand over. Speak. Let go of me. Answer me. We won't hand over Sokolov.
You're lucky I'm feeling nice. You're lucky I'm feeling very nice, or I would just slit your damn throat. I know there's like 3 or 4 in this area. But yeah, in almost every single one of these areas, like when you go to a new section, there's I don't remember where it is. There's one in here, but I cannot remember where it is. There's like these green frog-looking things. That right there. Those things. I almost want to backtrack and hit all of them because I think you get a reward for hitting them all.
Something there.
You must. I'm waiting for him to turn around because I don't feel confident.
Huh? What was that? Freeze. Don't shoot me, please. Speak. Hornets. They're terrifying. Speak. Crocodiles taste great. Speak. Throw a grenade into a crocodile's mouth.
No! Whoops. Okay. So that was our first accidental kill. Whoops. Hey, thermal goggles. Oh, that's right. We have to actually equip them. We're gonna have a couple of those. Well, here I go killing again. Boss fights are gonna be non-lethal, I suppose, then, in that case.
I see you're wearing the leaf.
Oh, you heard about the leaf pattern?
Ah, you've got a
That's a
directional microphone. The directional microphone is a high-performance listening device. When you equip it, you'll go into first-person view, where the microphone will pick up sounds in whichever direction it's facing. By pointing the microphone into the forest, you can sometimes hear the footsteps of enemy soldiers lurking beyond the trees.
I'm actually going to use this way more than I have in the
jungle
past.
combat, success depends on how well you can sense the enemy's presence. Use it wisely.
Got anything about thermal goggles?
Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships, but to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries.
Not realize that those were right there.
Huh? Who was that?
Shit. Didn't trust it.
Freeze! Please don't! Huh? Huh? Answer me. The crocodiles, answer me. Bastard, speak. The crocodile, speak. Bastard.
All right. Anybody else? There's a couple that. Oh, there's one more dude.
Freeze. Freeze. No, wait.
Well, greetings and a good day, Deller. How are you today? Continue to lurk if you do so desire to do so. Regardless of that, I do thank you for becoming a citizen of the kingdom, and I do hope you enjoy your stay.
Speak. If you climb, answer me. Inside fallen trees.
Nope. Sorry. That's gonna happen a little bit more often than I want it to, unfortunately. Trying to be a nice guy and not kill everybody. I will say I know, yeah, that's gonna happen a little bit more frequently than I anticipated, unfortunately. Because there is no pressure sensitivity because of the controller that I'm using. So basically when I grab one of these ass hats, I need to make sure that I don't hold circle too long. And if I put my knife up to their neck, I'm not holding circle. Otherwise what's going to end up happening is I'm going to slit their throat. Every time. It's a interesting combination. Do I need stop? Anything to say about that, boss?
I see you're wearing the tiger's.
Oh.
The gun you're using is a.
Does anyone have to talk about the cigar?
I see you've got
the
the survival knife equipped.
This we haven't heard before.
The survival knife is a necessity in the field. Press the weapon button to swing the knife. Press it repeatedly to perform a combo attack. The knife lets you kill an enemy silently, so you should find it useful when the situation calls for stealth. In addition to fighting the enemy, you can also use the knife to capture wild animals. That one knife can provide you with everything you need to survive in the field. Use it well. Are you smoking a cigar?
Uh-huh.
I don't approve of you smoking during the mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did.
Ugh.
But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sokolov should be at the.
Heard this one.
Sokolov.
Heard this one. You got to say something about
You'll
the cigar,
find a
right?
fruit called the
Yabloko
Yabloko Maloko. Snake,
Here we go.
What?
are you smoking a cigarette?
Nope.
Yes, you are.
It's not a cigarette. It's a cigar.
Same thing.
Not at all. In fact, there's a world of difference. There's nothing quite like the rich smell and mellow flavor of a cigar. And that thick, luxurious smoke is almost sensual when it...
Yeah, whatever. You know something?
Probably not, but I don't want to hear it.
Well, you don't have a choice.
Uh,
Cigarettes are bad for you.
it's not a cigarette.
It's
a...
a
Quiet
cigar.
you.
Quiet you. Oh, that's great.
Smoking is bad for you. In a recent study, scientists found that tobacco smoke is full of carcinogenic substances, like nitrosamines. You know what that means? It means you're going to give yourself lung cancer if you keep on smoking.
But that's just what some scientists think, right?
Oh, give me a break.
I heard it was just a bunch of hoo-ha.
Do you really believe that?
Sure.
God, you're gullible. You ought to read this year's report from the Surgeon General. It proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that smoking causes lung cancer. Pretty soon the whole world will know that smoking is bad for you. Better quit now before it's too late.
But...
And don't tell me cigar smoke is harmless because it doesn't go down into your lungs. It just means the cancer shows up in a different place. Got it?
Yeah.
If I go leaf pattern, I'm pretty sure it gives me 90%. Can't see me.
Who's that? Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Requesting backup.
Well, unfortunate, but it's not going to give us information. Sending reinforcements. Got pentazamine. Okay. Well, we're in the middle of this. Let me see. Life medicine. Okay.
Snake. The gauge below...
I've been spotted. You got anything
Snake,
to say about that?
remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field, you're on your own. There's no backup. And there's no way you'll survive a battle with a large enemy contingent. Avoid engagement whenever possible. Your highest priority in this mission is staying out of sight. Snake, camouflage uniforms alone are not enough. You'll need to put on face paint as well.
Face paint is camouflage applied to the face. Bare skin sticks out like a sore thumb in the jungle, so always protect yourself with face paint. Choose a color that matches the features of your surroundings, and use your finger to apply the face paint. Start by applying a light color, then gradually move.
We heard this.
The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle-tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo-painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the Enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the Action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants. Normally, you would ask a fellow In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
I think we've heard this one already.
Mostly.
Yeah, we did. Just shooting their gun.
This is
He doesn't have anything to say about our gear, but weapons instead, apparently. Paramedic probably has to talk about the bug
I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rachnaya Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian.
Grenade.
It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyarev design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that. That's certainly a strange-looking grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen one like this. What is it?
It must be a new type of grenade developed by the Russians. From what I can tell, it's a non-lethal weapon that uses a flash of light and intense sound to overpower the senses of human targets. You can probably use that grenade to knock out the enemy without killing them. It might prove useful. I see you've got a smoke grenade. The smoke grenade does exactly what the name implies. It creates a thick dispersion-resistant cloud of white smoke that blocks the enemy's field of vision. It should be useful when you need to make a quick getaway. Keep it in mind.
HQ. Acknowledge. The enemy is still nearby. Pursue and engage him.
You shouldn't come all the way down, right?
I saw something. Must be seeing things.
Must. We should be able to get him this time. There's a total of 4, or should be a total of 4 people in this general vicinity.
Who's that?
Not exactly what I intended to do, but you know what? Whatever. Okay. Try that again. Oh, god damn it. Be quick.
Freeze. Don't shoot.
A little frustrated. But you know what? Fine. Fine.
Freeze. Don't shoot me, please. Speak. Up ahead, our numbers are strong. Speak. If you fall from the rope bridge, you're finished. Speak. Bastard. Speak. Up ahead.
Whoops. Not what I intended to do, but okay.
Please don't. Huh.
Speak.
You.
Speak.
You loud.
Speak.
You. Stinking American.
Yep, that's you taken care of. Alright. There we go. Phantasmine. It should give me the ability to equip that. Let's get a couple of calls in.
What the hell have you been doing these past 5 years anyway?
What's with you all of a sudden?
It's like you've forgotten everything I taught you.
That's not true.
Then why do you keep getting spotted? You keep getting spotted because your camouflage isn't effective enough and because you're not being careful enough. Pay attention to your camouflage index. Watch how the enemy moves and proceed
Never heard this one
step
before.
at a time. Is that clear? Is that clear?
Okay.
That's kind of funny.
I see you're wearing...
Yep.
Are you smoking a...
Got that one down.
Normally, you would ask a fellow...
Oh, you know this one?
In my day, I did my share...
Know about this one? You have anything to say about the Phantasmine?
This is a solo sneaky...
No.
Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment.
I think because she technically already talked about the directional mic.
The weapon...
So you know about the weapon. And all the grenades and stuff like that. Doesn't have anything to say about...
I see you found...
the other stuff. Eh, whatever.
I see you...
Hey, thank you for telling me that. I'll be sure to get that stuff probably after stream tonight. I always try and get the free games from Epic, regardless of whether or not I have any interest in them, because you never know, you know? I knew this one was going to take a while. 2.5 hours so far, and I've pretty much not really done much.
The abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held.
This is probably going to take me a week to get through this game, because there were so many calls. A lot that I've never even heard.
You can't see Sokolov from here.
Gonna knock out all those assholes, wake them back up, and talk to them, see what they have to say.
There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Happens sometimes.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. And do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
No response from the boss. Alright. Paramedic should have a couple of new things to say as well. We should also
To
save
take
it
a
again.
rest, all you have to do.
We already know about the rest.
That
That
area is
is
home
the-
to the Sunda whistling thrush.
Rush. We already heard this one.
Snake, there are rats living in that area.
Ah, here we go. This is new.
The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats that were domesticated by humans as pets and lab animals. They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time catching one.
Uh-huh. So how do they taste?
Snake,
What?
they're rats.
I know what they are. Do they taste okay?
The guide says they're not that bad.
Good enough for me.
Ugh.
God, I love that.
Do you want to save? Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
how rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine, I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fishman?
You started it.
That's great. Got anything new to say, Tom?
Snake, Sokolov is imprisoned in the northeast area of the factory.
Got it. To the northeast.
Yes, and don't engage the enemy. The object of this mission is to bring Sokolov back safely and nothing more. Contact Sokolov without being spotted by the enemy and bring him out discreetly. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun. Snake, as I said before, this mission is only to bring Sokolov back safely. You must not put Sokolov in danger. You're not allowed to contact him during the alert phase. Period.
Anything else?
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field, you're on your own. There's no backup. And there's no way you'll survive a battle with a large enemy contingent. Avoid engagement whenever possible. Your highest priority in this mission is staying out of sight.
Not much.
The enemy's here. HQ, please respond.
This is HQ. What's going on? Respond. There's something wrong. Support unit, confirm their status.
Huh? Who was that? Who's that?
This is HQ. This is HQ. We can't spare any reinforcements. We'll have to make do.
I mean, we'll be able to get him. Oh, you idiot. Got a handful more.
Who's that? I see him.
You fucking mother son of a bitch. Is that everyone? Yeah, that's everyone. Alright. Could have went way better. But we kicked their ass. So I'm happy about that. A suppressor for the machine gun. Would you believe it if I told you I didn't mean to do that?
What's wrong?
Freeze. Speak. You'll never speak. Back. Speak. You'll never.
Yeah.
Don't shoot me, please!
Freeze.
What's wrong? Just try and pull the trigger. Don't shoot!
The shotgun! The shotgun sure as shit changed the mind, man. The fucking... Oh, shit. That's funny. They really changed their mind on that shotgun, holy shit.
Freeze. Don't shoot! Answer me. The others? Speak. If you want to learn more, take a look at the survival viewer map.
He basically gave away positions of his guys.
Let me go!
Okay. Here I go.
Huh? What's wrong?
I was gonna try and be nice, but Mr. Nice Guy's gone.
What's wrong? Freeze. Please don't. Answer me. Shake down the bodies of fallen enemies. Speak.
Let me go!
Don't think you wanted me to let you go, actually, but I also accidentally shot a snake, it looks like.
Huh? Who's that? Speak.
Press the action button in front of a drum.
Speak. Bastard. Give it up.
Alright. None of them are giving me some of the information that I want, but that's okay. There's a couple of other areas I can look, see if there's any goodies we can get. We can't talk to boss right now because she's not picking up. That's what they were saying to do there. Best part is you can do that and then shoot it and blow it up while it's in the middle of rolling.
Freeze. Don't shoot! Answer me. Throw something at the northeast window. Speak.
Northeast window.
Let go of me. Speak. Throw some...
Snake, I recommend against leaving the bodies of your victims lying around. If the enemy spots a fallen comrade, they'll realize that they've been infiltrated and strengthen their guard. When you kill an enemy, hide the body in the grass or at some other location where it won't be spotted. Stand near a fallen enemy and press the weapon button with no weapon equipped to grab the body. Hold the weapon button and move to drag the body. Release the weapon button to put the body down.
Anything else?
Snake, Sokolov is imprisoned
Oh, we've
in
already
the
heard
northeast
this.
area.
Hoping that hold on, I got a better idea. Maybe not throw something that's gonna heal me better. Nope, didn't hear that. Unfortunate.
Huh? Who is that? Who's that? Ah!
Well,
Answer me.
Please respond.
Speak.
Acknowledged. Eliminate all enemies.
Speak.
Basic actions under special comes in handy.
Speak. Bastard.
nope.
Speak. How did you get the Speak.
Wait, what'd he say?
Use the action button to climb ladders.
Answer me.
Let me go!
Oh, you dick! I was... No.
Speak.
I'm not.
That sounds like a you problem.
Speak.
How did you get?
The rest are dead?
Yep. So that's what he was asking. Northeast window? Something in the northeast window.
We've lost the enemy. He must still be in this area. Find him.
There's nobody here.
We need
Really?
backup.
Digits. I mean,
Please stop.
Snake, Sokolov is in prison.
you're not gonna say anything about me tormenting him?
Snake, as I said before, this mission is
Yeah.
only to bring Sokolov.
Alright. Could have done that a little bit better, but eh. Oh well. There does look to be some goodies down here, though. Hey, mousetrap. Eat. No other goodies? Doesn't look like any other goodies. Alright, so unlike my other playthroughs, which have been primarily non-lethal, this one's going to be lethal. I don't know what could have possibly given that away, but that is the situation we're currently in. More life medicine. I love how we get the shotgun and the XM16 or whatever it is, like right off the rip.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volkin's men? You'll never get it from me.
I gotta go to the restroom.
I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. We've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812,
Okay, good. We're
known
here.
as
Oh,
the
I hate
Groningen
doing that,
Design
but
Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come, I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America's truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No.
There's a little bit of
I
a
have no love for this place. Let's go.
slow down on a couple of those.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Puts his hands up like he's gonna actually do something without a weapon. Saw another person. Yep. There's movement. You got movement.
Freeze!
Please.
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz.
The
What's
Ocelot
a
unit.
crew soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Well, look at who it is.
Sokolov is ours.
Young Ocelot.
Get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the Gru.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
So he's asking about our mentor. That fucking...
Crew operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
Impossible. You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do, but testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
The things start to come together about why Ocelot is the way that he is. I don't think we can actually wake up any of these soldiers.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgin.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgin's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
We got quite a few calls to make.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah.
Don't want to get in the crossfire on that one.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No.
You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Major, do you know anything about this GRU colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will. Major, what's this Grand and Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB 754. The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbor an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all.
Interesting.
By the way, Snake, what were you doing back there?
Back where?
You were giving some kind of advice to a GRU commander, weren't you?
Yeah.
He's your enemy. What the hell were you thinking?
Really? What was all that about doing the thing with your hand on the first round or whatever?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
Snake, when your stamina gets low, it negatively...
To take a rest, that area is home. Snake, there are
Let's do a save.
You want to save?
This is probably the longest I've ever taken on this section. So much new information.
Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Didn't you mention that?
Yeah, you told me.
The Black Lagoon?
So this astronomer sees a meteor, but it's really an alien spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite realistic.
I've got all the real I can handle here in the jungle.
No, you don't get it. Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you, it makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago?
54?
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders. One day you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen.
Love
Make sure you
the
stay alive
subtle,
to see it, Snake.
subtle fourth wall breaking. Gotta love that.
You want to save? Hold on
Oh,
a sec.
no, I don't want to save, actually.
Okay, good luck, Snake.
Thanks.
Don't want to do 2 in a row. Yeah, we can't wake these guys up. They're set in stone to be asleep. Anything else from you, Major?
Your actions can lower your stamina. The more demanding the activity, the more stamina consumed.
Exactly.
This we haven't
Walking
heard
slowly
before.
will conserve stamina, while actions like rolling, crawling, and stalking consume large amounts of it. Try your best to avoid unnecessary actions in order to conserve stamina.
Snake, use the survival viewer to pick your...
Okay. We can't talk to the boss right now. Lost connection or whatever. While I'm thinking about it, we might as well pop a meal. Are you gonna...
That's tasty.
Are you going to actually tell us?
That area is home to the reticulated python.
We just
The
ate one.
reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. It's not venomous, but it still poses a threat, so watch out.
Okay, yeah, they're not gonna give me what I want.
To take a rest, all
Yeah. Alright. Let's push forward. Nothing new to talk about yet. I will say, at a certain point, I might go through and literally check every single radio frequency. I'll explain why when it becomes relevant.
You okay?
Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best Gru has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished.
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBM.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
Well, it's no Metal
this is
Gear.
only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go.
Sometimes the graphics are a little meh. I wonder if there's a way that I can fix that. At that angle, it was weird. Yeah, whatever. This angle is fine.
Boss?
What the twist?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
Hornets?
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that
Creepy.
all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
Do any of you know what Kuwabara is?
Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Kuwabara,
Boss,
Kuwabara
what is this?
is
I'm
like
defecting
a
to the
saying to
Soviet
ward off
Union.
electricity,
Sokolov
lightning.
is a little gift for
specifically.
my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
Ah, I got your bandana.
The new blood has been rejected.
Oh my god, that would fucking hurt. You just got your fucking elbow
done here?
dislocated, or if not broken, and
Now,
then your
onto
arm's getting
Sokolov's
jerked
research
around
facility.
as you're getting through the river. Holy shit.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
One of the coolest parts about that is the face paint gets runny and all that because of the water. Oh, damn.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left analog stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left analog stick to select the medical item and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
Question, will it allow me to actually call? It will.
Snake, hurry and get those injuries treated. Snake, hurry and...
Okay, so nothing there. What about paramedic?
Snake, what are you doing? Hurry up and treat those wounds. First, open the survival viewer.
It's gonna
with the
go
start
over it
button.
again?
If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib.
Yeah, basically just repeats herself over again. I know this ain't gonna happen. Yeah. And then finally we have a save. I've never done a save here.
Ready to save, Snake?
I've never done a save here, so I'm curious to see what she has to say. It's not gonna be about a movie, I would bet. Right?
Snake, come back in one piece, okay? I'll be waiting.
Don't worry.
Alright. Thought so. Oh, the way that it goes boom, 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 boom. That's how it's supposed to go. God, I hate that.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
I think if we look to the left, there was actually something we could see there, but I'm not 100% certain.
Shagohod.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death?
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should.
We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
Bad lad actually gone done did it. That is a full recovery, I believe. I think that's technically the first time a nuke has actually been utilized in a Metal Gear game. They've always had threats of it, and I think that's the first time it's actually been launched. Yeah. And that whole sequence was just the opening, right?
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night.
You can also interact with the
What a thrill. I'm searching
opening. Drop little parachute guys.
Fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else.
You can like interact with the credits.
It's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
So goddamn good. Such a great opening. One week later, 11:30 p.m., August 30th, 1964, Arctic Ocean airspace.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This
Little
Fox is
Fox
still
die
one step
reference.
ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells.
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The Army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little co-action?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss.
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
No, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square 0. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. He'll be going up against some of the world's
I know we don't
most
have to write it
advanced
down, but I
weaponry
like
when
being
you
safe.
infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lule Lo.
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
We have a lot of codec calls just right off the rip. Still have that calorie mate. Nothing else there. This is where we can get most of our calls about all of our gear.
Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
The abandoned factory. That's where I met Sokolov during the Virtuous mission.
Correct, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen this time.
I know.
Like the Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution.
I think a contact with Sigint
Unlike
will
the Virtuous
also...
mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more
camouflage and
effective
stuff.
and make it harder for the enemy to see you. On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedic is with us again to provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know. Operation Snake Eater is different from the Virtuous mission in that you won't be able to complete it in just a few hours. The time limit set by Khrushchev is 1 week. Within that time, you'll have to rescue Sokolov, defeat Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, and...
I know.
Good. In any event, you'll not be allowed to return until you've accomplished your objectives. Survival in the field will be critical in this mission, and the most important survival technique of all is, of course, finding food. You can get food in the same way you did during the Virtuous mission, by capturing it. The enemy presence in that area is still light. You should try and get as much food as possible while you can.
And then...
Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes. America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
I know. Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me naked.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using Cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there.
Huh?
You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it? Snake,
What?
are you smoking a cigarette?
Nope.
Yes, you are.
It's not a cigarette.
We've
It's a
heard this one already.
Same thing.
Not at all. In
I
fact,
think
there's
it was
a world
during one of the
difference.
times
There's nothing quite like the rich smell and mellow flavor of
when
a
we
cigar.
died or whatever.
And that thick, luxurious smoke is almost sensual when it...
Yeah, whatever. You know something?
Probably not, but I don't want to hear it.
Well, you don't have a choice.
Uh,
Cigarettes are bad for you.
it's not a cigarette. It's a...
Quiet, you. Smoking is bad for you. In a recent study, scientists found that tobacco smoke is full of carcinogenic substances, like nitrosamines. You know what that means? It means you're going to give yourself lung cancer if you keep on smoking.
But that's just what
Wait,
some
top
scientists
secret.
think, right?
Oh, give me a break.
I heard it was just a bunch of hoo-ha.
Do you really believe that?
Sure.
God, you're gullible. You ought to read this year's report from the Surgeon General. It proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that smoking causes lung cancer. Pretty soon the whole world will know that smoking is bad for you. Better quit now before it's too late.
But...
And don't tell me cigar smoke is harmless because it doesn't go down into your lungs. It just means the cancer shows up in a different place. Got it?
Yeah.
Yo, you're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
I want you to talk about my cigarette.
Sounds
or
like
cigar.
the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific
And my
emotions
weapon.
they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose.
Ah.
During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair. The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo.
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb, so they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what would happen if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you've got an M1911A1.
Yeah, a 45. 50 years since the Army adopted the first model, and they're still using them. It's a real gem of an automatic pistol.
But aren't you gonna need more than just one little handgun?
Not at all. When you're in a tight spot or fighting in close quarters, sometimes a handgun works better than a rifle. And if I equip a knife at the same time, I can instantaneously switch over to hand-to-hand combat.
I see. You mean you're not wearing any face paint? You can take off your face paint by selecting no paint from face. Just select no paint when you want
Not
to
what I
skip
wanted you
wearing
to talk
any
about,
face paint
Sigint.
at all. But your camo index is never going to be as high without face paint as it is with it. Unless you want the enemy to see you, you ought to be wearing face paint. Pattern clothing, face paint, tactical movements. These are the elements of camouflage that will allow you to deceive your enemy. To camouflage yourself, first press the start button to check out the survival viewer. Then select camouflage and you'll see two more options, face and uniform. Choose face to apply face paint, and uniform to change your field uniform. Simple, really. Make sure and choose something that'll match your surroundings.
Alright, we'll talk to them more often. Later. I want to see if he has anything to say about this.
Ah, you're using the survival knife.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, this thing provides me with all the bare essentials I need to survive in the field.
Hey, wait. What'd you do with the knife I made you? That was a work of art. It had matches and fish hooks and thread and stuff in the grip.
Sorry to have to tell you this, but that thing is useless in a fight.
No way. Really?
Yeah, when the grip is hollowed out like that, there's not as much space to stabilize the blade. So the joint between the blade and the grip is weaker. That makes it easier to break.
I get it. You're right. With your knife, you don't have to worry about it breaking no matter how much you swing it around. So the important thing is durability. Man, I gotta write this stuff down. Next time, I'll make it so the matches and fish hooks go in the sheath instead. Covering your body is a good start, but a bare face will kill even the best camouflage. If the situation calls for a high camo index, you better break out the face paint. To apply face paint, select face from the camouflage menu in the survival viewer. Then choose a face paint that blends in with your
A
surroundings.
lot of this type of stuff is stuff we probably don't have to listen to like that, like fully. But apparently you have nothing to say about the cigar, at least not yet. Got anything to say about the sonar and the...
Active sonar sends out a special type of sound wave whenever you press the left analog stick. It uses the echo from those waves to calculate and display the position of nearby objects. Unlike the motion detector, it'll show you objects that aren't moving. But because you're blasting out sound waves, there's a risk that the noise will alert enemies and animals to your presence. Be careful about when and where you use it. I heard you fought against KGB troops in the Virtuous mission, but this time you're up against Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz is the Special Forces unit of GRU, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. Spetsnaz troops undergo rigorous training in all types of special ops, from assassination and demolition to intelligence gathering. That and Volgan's loaded, man. His unit is one of the best equipped in the entire Soviet Union, if not the best. I heard the enemies you encountered in the Virtuous mission were only carrying weapons like AKs and grenades. Well, it ain't that simple anymore. In addition to AKs, some of the patrols you'll encounter might be equipped with Scorpion submachine guns and shotguns. The Scorpion is even lighter than the AK, making it much easier to handle. Basically, a guy with a Scorpion is not gonna miss you as often as with an AK. The shotgun is a powerful weapon. One blast is enough to floor you and you're likely to be seriously wounded. Watch for that, man. So you've got your uniform and your face paint, but that alone isn't enough to make for good camouflage. Camouflage means blending in with nature. To make your disguise complete, you've got to keep a low profile and avoid overt movements. As long as you've got the uniform and face paint working for you, and you're lying flat keeping still, you won't have to worry about being spotted from a distance. On the flip side, dancing around your enemy in perfect camo is still a dead giveaway. So if the enemy's looking for you and he's getting too close for comfort, just lay low for the time being.
Not what I wanted to do.
Whenever you find a new weapon or piece of equipment, the first thing you do is drop it in your backpack, right? But you can't use your new goodies if they're just sitting in your backpack. To use a weapon or piece of equipment, first you have to take it out of your backpack and place it on your person. To take an item out of your backpack, use the backpack option in the survival viewer. To place a weapon on your person, select Weapon under the Backpack section of the survival viewer. See that window on the left? That shows a list of all the weapons you've got. Choose the weapon you want to carry from the list and press the Enter button to take it out of your backpack. Just remember that there's a limit to the number of weapons you can carry at the same time, so put back any stuff you don't need. To put a weapon on your person back into your backpack, choose a weapon that's already on you from the weapon list and press the Enter button. Or you can just line up the icon for the weapon you want to put away with the lower right and press the enter button. Do whatever works best.
Snake, that's the home to the Ottenfrog. The Ottenfrog is a large, corpulent species of frog. They're known as a delicacy, so it might be worth catching them for food. The Ottenfrog was originally found only on Amami Oshima in Japan. Frogs usually have 4 toes on their front legs, but the Ottenfrog is unique in that it has 5.
Got it. By the way, you said they were known as a delicacy, right?
Right.
So that means they must taste pretty good, huh?
I guess so. I hear that in Japan, Ottenfrog sashimi and sukiyaki are popular dishes.
Really?
Yeah.
Japan, huh? That place is starting to sound better and better.
Snake, that area is inhabited by the Japanese flying squirrel. Japanese flying squirrels are non-venomous, and they shouldn't attack you. The head, front legs, hind legs, and tail of the Japanese flying squirrel are connected by a membrane of skin, which allows the squirrel to glide from tree to tree. It says here that if it catches a good wind, it can fly more than 100 yards.
Sounds like it's going to be tough to catch one.
So, aren't you going to ask me?
You know it. How does it taste?
Not sure.
Not sure.
The guy doesn't say anything about it.
Why not?
Gee, maybe it's because no one would ever think of eating a flying squirrel.
Then I must be the first one.
Maybe you are.
I love that. Oh, shit. Hold on.
The motion detector will display any moving objects in your vicinity. But the enemy isn't the only thing that's moving around in the jungle. If there are animals moving nearby, the sensor will pick up those animals too. And remember that there's a limit to how sensitive it is. Enemies and animals that don't move around very much won't get picked up.
You have anything to say about the stun
Keep in
grenades?
mind that every weapon and piece of equipment weighs something. The heavier the equipment you're lugging around, the faster you'll burn up stamina.
Forgot about
You
that.
can see how much your equipment weighs by going into the backpack screen in the survival viewer. If you're trying to conserve your stamina, make some cuts and toss the equipment you don't need in your backpack.
You can capture animals alive by using the tranquilizer gun or a mouse
We've heard
trap.
this already.
When you capture a live animal, you can carry it on you as a weapon by going to backpack in the
I think
survival viewer.
I'm gonna listen to it first, just
Once
to
an
be
animal
sure.
is on your person, equip it and press the weapon button to throw it. Throwing a venomous animal at an enemy might be enough to knock him out. Even non-venomous animals like frogs can be used to distract the enemy's attention. And since I know you're going to ask me, yes, keeping animals alive prevents them from rotting and makes them taste better when you eat them. Remember though, you've only got 3 cages for capturing live animals.
Oh, I need to look something up actually before I forget. This is very important. Very important. I've only done this one other time, right? This is why I have to look it up to make sure I don't miss this. Hold up. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay. We have time then. We have time then. So I have nothing to worry about for the time being.
Using the anti-personnel sensor, I see. The sensor vibrates when it detects organic reactions from human targets. It's been adjusted to respond only to humans, so unlike other sensors, it'll let you ignore animals and focus only on the enemy. It'll even detect enemies that aren't moving, and you won't have to worry about it giving away your position. But on the flip side, it won't tell you the exact location of the target. Keep that in mind when you're using it. Also, remember that when you use it in first-person view, it'll only scan in the direction you're facing.
Anything else?
When you're using the assault rifle, pressing the weapon button will hold it at waist level. That's nice if you need to drop nearby enemies with some speed, but it's difficult to aim straight. If you need to take more accurate shots, like tagging enemies in vital spots from a distance, use the aim button instead. Equip the weapon in first-person view and press the aim button to aim the gun from the shoulder. You can take precise aim with the front and rear sights. When you're focusing on your mark, it will be as accurate as if you were zooming in.
Nice.
When you fire continuously with a gun like the assault rifle, the recoil will cause your shots to veer off target. But if you crouch or lie down, you can suppress the recoil and keep a tight fire pattern. So when you gotta hit that bullseye, take a low position.
Alright, we'll push forward, and then after a couple of sequences, we'll do some more radio calls and go from there. Is there a way to... Hold on. I'm doing this for a specific reason, because... Yeah, there's no way to come back to this area once we drop down. Got the squirrel.
Not so great.
There should be a mushroom called the Bicol scalytooth growing in that area. The Bicol scalytooth mushroom is used as an antidote to poison. It usually grows on the trunks of trees, so look for it there.
How does it taste?
I think you're going to be disappointed.
Damn.
Oh, quit your whining. You know what they say, good medicine tastes bitter. Snake, unlike the virtuous mission...
Yeah, we just heard that. Okay. I don't remember what the exact combination was, but normally, like, there's a call for after you eat something. I don't quite remember what it is, though. Oh, well. Get a couple of snakes. Damn it. I want to do a couple of calls. Oh well. Not curious about who's the owner of that
Looks
horse?
like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss.
Every time a certain sound happens alongside other sounds, that's when the glitch happens.
Anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later, you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long.
That should have been a broken hand.
I'll kill you. Now, go home.
Oh, we're gonna have to talk to a few people about this one. Took away our weapon, kicked our ass, fucked up our hand.
This is Snake, Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
Got a couple of calls to make.
Major.
Snake, the boss is your enemy. You've got to accept that reality. Adam is waiting for you at the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north. The enemy must have seen the drone explode. They've probably already sent out patrol units. You never know when you'll encounter the enemy. Use your camouflage wisely and proceed with caution.
I see you caught yourself a green tree python.
This is how we do it.
The green tree python isn't venomous, so no need to worry. It's fairly docile too, so I don't think it's likely to attack you. The green tree python originally comes from Australia and New Zealand. It's a really pretty green color, and it lives... Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Snake, what did I just say?
They come from Australia and New Zealand.
No, after that.
They're a really pretty green color.
I thought so. What was I thinking? Seeing a snake and calling it pretty?
What's wrong with that?
Everything. When a normal woman sees a snake, she's supposed to scream or get sick or something like that.
And you think you're normal?
What was that?
Nothing.
Ah, it's all your fault.
What?
Jeez, I'm sorry. But enough of that.
What do you mean, enough of that? This is serious.
No, I just wanted you to tell me how it tastes.
How should I know?
Ugh.
It was awfully pretty, though.
Now. Better let me do this, damn it. We got our first video. Then
When you're bitten by a venomous animal
Never
such as
mind.
a snake or a spider, or hit by a poisoned arrow, the poison will start to affect your body. Your life will decrease with each passing minute, so cure the poison as soon as possible. To cure poison, go into Cure in the survival viewer and inject yourself with a dose of serum. You can get serum from enemies. Either hold them up or shake their bodies down after you defeat them. I'm pretty sure you can also get serum by capturing the rabbits that live in that area. Snake, king cobras are making their home in the area you're in now. The king cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. Its large size means that it has a lot of venom to inject. One bite is supposedly enough to kill an elephant. And it's extremely vicious as well, so watch out. If you get bitten by a king cobra and injected with venom, your life will start to decrease rapidly. As soon as you're bitten, go into the survival viewer and use Cure to give yourself a serum injection. The king cobra's diet consists mostly of other snakes. Be careful, or you might end up as its next meal.
cute.
Got it. So,
What? How does it taste?
yep.
Ugh. It seems you're the one whose diet consists of other snakes.
You're making me blush.
The guide says they taste just fine. Ugh. Treating serious wounds will require you to use additional medical items besides your knife and cigar. That's why it's always a good idea to carry as many medical items with you as possible. If you start to run out of medical items, find some more as soon as you can. The enemy should be carrying medical supplies as well. You can get them by holding up enemy soldiers and shaking down their bodies. Snake, be careful when you approach the enemy. The closer you are to them, the more accurate their shots will be, and the more damage their weapons will do. That means you've got a greater chance of getting seriously wounded. Daring frontal assaults are not a good idea. But if you do get seriously injured, go into the survival viewer and treat it immediately.
Keep in mind that every weapon and piece of equipment weighs something. The heavier the equipment,
We already talked about him about this.
Squares is a mountain camo that's basically a bunch of square patterns. It might look conspicuous at first glance, but it actually blurs the contours of the person wearing it and makes them more difficult to pick out. It should give you a low profile against reddish backgrounds like bricks and rusty metal.
I wanted to say something about.
When you fire continuously with a gun like the assault,
Okay, so it's just duplicating conversations.
What's this?
HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. It appears we've been infiltrated. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
I do want to hold them up. We gotta wait for about 70 seconds or so. That was close. I saw a movement. I was like, oh shit. Serious.
HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. The situation is normal.
Understood. Return to your position.
But yeah, we'll get him. We'll talk to him. There's a very important thing we need to do when we do hold him up. Make sure we don't accidentally slice that goddamn neck. He's gonna go in a big circle, I believe. Shouldn't have... Fucking idiot!
Radio, get up.
Speak.
At night.
Speak.
I pressed X instead of the fucking circle button or whatever it was. I'm pissed off about that alert.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements.
Speak.
In the south. The bottomless swamp.
What about the bottomless swamp in the south, you jackass? That's so aggravating. I'm so aggravated about that. Going all the way back here where we started from and seeing if there's anything new to discuss.
Remember that you've lost your gun. You don't stand a chance in a fight against an enemy unit.
They're probably not going to say
Use your
anything
camouflage
about
and
this.
don't let the enemy see you.
Major, why was the boss there? Did they detect my infiltration?
That's impossible. The drone shouldn't have been picked up by their radar at all.
Then how did she know? It couldn't have been a...
That's also out of the question. We've taken all measures to ensure this mission stays secret.
Then what's going on?
I don't know. It won't do you any good to dwell on it, Snake. Hurry to your rendezvous with Adam. Head for the abandoned factory to the north. Watch out for enemy patrols. Stay alert at all times, okay?
Some types of food spoil fast.
Alright, we'll have to come back here later when we can see more. Can't help but be aggravated on that one. Damn it. Can't get the hive, unfortunately. I'm training myself mentally that if I'm crouched down, I just need to move forward to prone and start to crawl instead of pressing X again to get up. Fucking cobras. There we go.
I hear something.
Speak.
When you walk on moist soil, your footprints
Answer me.
after you take us out, leaving us alone will.
Speak.
If our chest radios are broken, our contact will.
Alright, not exactly what I planned for, but it works. Over there, I think there's a tree I can check out. You gonna turn around?
Speak.
At night, poisonous animals will
Speak.
in the south, the bottomless swamp.
Speak.
If our radio man is taken out, contact will be.
Who's
Got spotted both times, unfortunately, but whatever. No big deal. I think there's 3 you can get at most.
Who's that?
I'm gonna get a continue on that one. Force the continue if you would.
Speak.
If you slide down cliffs, you won't take any damage.
Speak.
Let go of me.
Speak.
If you slide down cliffs.
All right. %. So we should be good enough to just go through here. Like you shouldn't see us across the bridge. What's funny is between the Virtuous mission and this mission,
Seeing things.
you are. Between this mission and the Virtuous mission, things change. Like the position where everything's at changes.
Speak.
While falling, press the action button above branches.
Speak.
Under the rope bridge, Flatten yourself against the cliff wall and proceed.
Speak.
Let me go!
Unfortunately, we don't get the 3 items by holding them up. But, yeah. Uniform raindrop. I don't think there's anything special over there. Okay.
You've arrived at the factory, I see.
Yeah, now to meet up with this Adam guy.
Good. Go to it.
So, where is he?
We weren't given an exact location.
How about a time?
Nothing was specified.
A physical description?
I'm not sure.
How am I supposed to find him then?
You won't need to.
Huh?
He'll find you. Why don't you try the room to the northeast where you met Sokolov? Adam might be in there. Adam is a spy sent by the KGB to infiltrate Volgin's ranks. You'll need to be extremely careful in how you approach him.
Obviously. He can't let Volgin know he's meeting me.
That's right. Adam won't show up if you're being pursued by the enemy. Before you go to rendezvous with Adam, make sure you haven't been seen by the enemy. Meet up with him in normal phase. Got it? The Soviet intelligence community must be up in arms about the boss's defection. The great Voyevoda has abandoned America and embraced the Soviet Union.
Voyevoda?
Apparently, that's what they call the boss behind the Iron Curtain. It means warrior or mighty soldier in Russian. When used to refer to a woman, it means something close to Lady Knight. In Russia, where they've had a number of female emperors throughout their history, it's a term of great respect. Well, poetic in a way. The boss's exploits have made her name famous in the East as well.
That area is home to the reticulated python.
We've eaten one, so do we have a comment of it? Nope. But you sig it.
I see you're wearing the olive drab uniform.
You got something to say about this?
Olive drab, or OD for short, is the standard battle uniform for GIs. It's a solid color outfit with no camouflage pattern, so naturally it's not going to be much use as camouflage. I'd change it to something else as soon as possible if I were you. Wearing black face paint, huh? Painting your face with black paint should give you a high rate of camouflage in dark areas.
Not a lot to say about that one. AK-47. Do we have anything to say about it? We got a gun.
Got yourself an AK-47, huh? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. The first model was completed in 1946, and in 49, it beat out all its competitors to become the standard assault rifle of the Soviet military. It uses 7.62mm by 39 rounds developed in 1943, and a 30-round box magazine originally designed for a different assault rifle. You can aim it from the shoulder by equipping it in first-person view and holding down the aim button. It's sturdy and extremely reliable with high power and precision. There's no better assault rifle in the world.
Snake, let's go over the controls for CQC one more time. Press the CQC button once to throw a punch. Press it repeatedly to launch a combo attack.
I wonder why they're going over it
CQC
again.
doesn't really start to shine, however, until
Till
you
you grab an enemy. Yeah, we've heard
Press
this
and
one
hold
already.
the CQC button to extend your right hand and grab the enemy. Move the left analog stick at the same.
Heard that already.
Why don't you try the room to the northeast where you met
Snake, there are rats living in that area.
Heard the rats one already too. Let's get a save in.
Saving the game, Snake?
Oh god, I hope that didn't actually mess up her thing. That'd be quite annoying.
Hey, Snake, have you ever seen Forbidden Planet?
No, can't say I have.
It's about this expedition that goes to the planet Altair 4 in an ultra-fast spaceship. When they arrive, they meet the survivor of the last expedition, Dr. Morbius. Dr. Morbius was exploring the planet along with his daughter Altera and the versatile Robbie the robot. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, the expedition team is suddenly attacked by an invisible creature called the Monster from the Id. The special effects they used for the science stuff were really neat. I wish I had a robot like Robbie that could make anything I wanted it to.
I'm more interested in that invisible monster. If I were invisible, I wouldn't have to bother hiding or wearing camouflage.
Maybe someday you'll be able to turn invisible.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Nice little nod to the future games. I'll have to go through this at some point and hit all the frogs. I don't know what you get for doing that. I kind of wish the cutscene would portray whatever weapon we were wielding at the time, you know? We just got ourselves the greatest weapon, the greatest piece of equipment. The cardboard box. To the weapons lab east wing. Wait, there's fast travel in this game too? Oh, shit.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here, in the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel safe. Like this is where I was meant to be. Like I'd found the key to true happiness.
Uh-huh.
Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box. Then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and Paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building.
Snake, unlike the virtuous...
You ain't got anything to say about the box?
Snake, if you or one of your comrades is wounded in battle, what do you usually do?
I call for a medic.
What if there's no medic nearby?
I don't even want to think about that.
Think about it.
That's my worst nightmare. Any soldier can perform basic first aid, but it takes a specialist to perform the more complicated procedures. I know a lot of guys who'd still be alive today if they'd had access to a medic.
Me too. So I got to thinking, wouldn't it be great if we could parachute medics into the front lines where they're needed most?
You bet. That's why you're called paramedic.
Yeah. With a unit like that, we could save a couple of lives, huh?
No.
No?
Not a couple. We could save many lives.
Thanks. I think the Army needs a unit like that. And if no one else will do it, I'm going to create one myself.
Sounds like a plan.
Will you help me?
Count on it.
You got to say anything about the box?
Why don't you try the room to the north?
Nothing about the box?
Adam won't show up if you're being pursued.
Nothing about the box. Okay, got it. Unfortunate. But we got one conversation with the box. That's neat. A mine detector. That'll be useful potentially in the future. There's our thermal goggles. Like right now, it has us unequipped with a weapon and we have an AK, so like, that's why it's such a shame where it only allows us to show off the pistol, specifically the 45 in future cutscenes. I'm gonna have to step away after this and get something to eat.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer.
Hidden
The
R1s.
name's Eva.
Like, what a fucking perv. Look at eyes are up here, jackass. Shit.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well,
Oh,
I'm
greetings and good day, Bar Mage Bob. How are you today?
Tempt me.
I mean, you're not necessarily wrong.
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were.
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a code breaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here. Even
Gotcha.
that's hard to come by.
Understandable.
Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American made.
You finishing up the
45, huh?
Tanker yesterday, wasn't it?
Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer.
It's a good spot.
The base of the
It is a
trigger
good
guard's been
spot to
filed down
stop.
for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized.
I actually did that the other day. What, 4 days ago? I read the story so far, the little articles you could read. The 11 pages, the 120 pages, and then the 320 pages, and that took about
Probably
3
used to belong to one of your
hours and
officers,
50
and there are
minutes.
more where that came from.
And because I've been doing all the codec calls and stuff like that, it took another couple of hours to get done with the tanker.
You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then?
Yes. He's being forced
There's a
to
lot of good
continue his
spots
work
like
on the
that
shuttle.
in these games.
Where?
Stop
At the lab.
points to
They've got a whole
take a little bit of
army
a break.
scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area.
Not to mention
until
all
you
the
reach a cave.
optional codec
Move
calls.
through the cave, and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse.
Oh yeah, that's
Make your way
completely
through the
understandable.
warehouse, and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
For me, it's just been way too long since I last played these games.
In close range combat,
Then I
a
felt
knife
like
can
doing like
sometimes be
a
more useful than a gun.
lore run.
By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight.
Probably gonna take me like a week to get through this game with how I'm doing it. Then again,
Right,
probably a couple
let's
of
get
days.
going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
It's mechanically, it's definitely my favorite. Story, it's up there.
You'll never make it in your
I'm a bit
condition.
biased towards Metal Gear Solid 4,
It's a jungle out there.
story-wise.
There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something.
Basically, I think one of the last
keep you
times I
updated with
played
the radio.
any of these was a
That's
little
it.
bit after Metal Gear Solid 4 came
My
out.
orders are to provide you with information, nothing more.
And then I played Metal Gear Solid 4 a couple of times. And then
Disappointed?
the last time was 5.
All right then. I'll do something.
But that was the
special.
last one that I played. Well, amongst other, well, this is
I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down.
there's another reason why it's kind of standalone as well. Of course, the optional codec, radio calls, whatever you
What's
want to
the
call
matter?
them. They
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
they
How
have a
well
couple
do you have
nods
to know
towards
me to
future
trust me?
games. But this is definitely a great
I don't know if I
standalone.
trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although, in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
This one has so many little gotchas and stuff like that too. Like things that you would never really think to do. It's awesome. Gotcha. Oh yeah, of course. I love these games. I absolutely love them. You as well. You have fun with your little nostalgia run. And the other thing too, you get like a little bit of a look about what's she doing. 3142. You haven't played 5 yet. Gotcha. 3142. Probably. Still tense. Yeah, I think that's a secret R1, I'm not sure. There's a couple of secret R1s.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
Also, this playthrough's been a little bit of a lethal playthrough if you haven't
Got company.
noticed.
It's the Ocelot
Such a
unit.
pervert, Snake.
Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand.
Well, they don't pop up. There's some R1s that pop up, and there are other ones where you literally just have to hold down. The entire time I play this game, I just hold down R1 because they don't show you until after it activates, and then if you release it, it'll be like, hey, you can press R1 to keep looking. There's a couple of them.
We can use this to get to the basement.
It's not really a basement, but sure.
Damn it, Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay.
Also, while I may be doing a lethal playthrough, I'm taking out all the bosses non-lethally.
Don't go dying on me now.
There's a couple of other things too. We just had a I'm gonna call it codec, whatever. There was a codec call where we were in the box and we talked to Sigint. My destiny to be in the box. I'm debating whether or not I want to just say screw it and wipe them out. I wish there were pressure sensitivities.
Spread out!
Because as soon as I press square, we fire the AK. And you don't realize how much you can take advantage of the pressure sensitivity of the PlayStation 2 controllers until you're not using a PlayStation 2 controller to play one of these games. You have a sniper rifle?
Where'd he go?
Like, the pistol's probably going to be the one that I end up utilizing the most.
I see him!
Really? Really? There we go. Minor mechanic discussion point? Yeah, I think it's okay to discuss mechanics. As long as it doesn't pertain to spoilers to story for this. Yeah.
I've been waiting for this moment.
Hello, Ocelot. How you doing today?
That's it.
Also, if you used your ears.
I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
I probably missed a couple of codec calls during that
No
fight.
accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
Yeah, I know about the disorienting. Yeah, you shoot the exclamation point and it will like disorient them and make them like confused. Pretty awesome. This is pretty awesome too. Get your fucking face kicked in by a goddamn motorcycle.
Six shots. That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn! This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
know what other route Ocelot takes, because there is no other route to where they're headed. And the only route that I could go is the route that Eva takes. Okay. So, I probably missed a couple of radio calls during that time, unfortunately. The twin snake silliness that you love. Yeah.
It looks like you've got rid of all the ocelots.
Yeah.
Now proceed with the rescue of Sokolov. According to Eva, you should start by going to the crevice to the north and...
Can we trust her?
What's that?
Eva is with the KGB, isn't she? Can I really believe what she says? How do I know she won't double-cross me?
There are no guarantees in espionage, Snake, only calculated guesses. At this point in time, the KGB stands nothing to gain by stabbing us in the back.
So you're saying I can trust her?
I'm saying the chance that she'll betray you is low. Of course, we checked the route she gave you against our own data. It looks like a pretty solid infiltration route. It makes good use of weak spots in the enemy's defenses. You shouldn't have any problems. Follow the route Eva showed you and proceed with the mission.
Roger.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way.
Hey, Snake, remember back at the abandoned factory when you whittled the grip of that 45 down?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a customization like that before. Why the grip?
To fit it with a knife.
A knife? You're gonna keep the knife and the gun both at the ready?
That's the idea.
Why would you want to do that?
Sometimes a knife works better in close proximity encounters. So I equip both at the same time. That way I can switch back and forth in an instant.
Badass. So that's that.
CQC.
Snake, you said Eva said her Mauser was a Type 17, right?
Yeah, what about it?
That model was produced in the 1920s in a weapons lab in the Shaanxi province in China. The cartridge part sticks out lower than the original to accommodate 45 caliber rounds. The barrel and chamber are a little bit thicker too. But most telling of all, it's got Chinese characters engraved on both sides of the frame like you saw. And that firing stance Eva was talking about where you hold the gun horizontally, that's a trademark of the Chinese. Just like you were saying, when you're firing in full auto mode, the muzzle jump effect gives you a horizontal strafing motion. They say it's especially deadly in indoor and close-range mop-up actions. The Japanese called it bandit shooting and used to dread it. Makes you wonder where she learned to shoot like that.
That'll be important later.
You know that army motorcycle that Eva was riding? That's a replica of a German model.
A replica?
Yeah. After World War II, the Soviets confiscated an entire assembly line from a German motorcycle factory, machines and all.
And then they took it back with them and started producing replicas?
Exactly. Originally, that motorcycle was designed to be used with a sidecar attached. That means it's got enough power to drag a 200-plus pound sidecar around.
So that's how she could pull off all those crazy stunts.
Uh-huh. Of course, it takes a lot of skill to be able to control that much power. That Eva chick is something else. So you've got an M1911A1, huh?
Yeah, Eva gave it to me. She said it used to belong to a Western officer.
Looks like someone did a little work on it, too.
It's more than a little. First of all, the feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. It's not going to have any feeding problems. The slide's been replaced with a reinforced version, and it meshes perfectly with the frame. The frame itself has been iron welded and scraped down multiple times for maximum precision. The front strap part of the frame has been checkered to make it dig into the hand. That prevents any slipping. The sight system's original too. It's a 3-dot type. It's got an enlarged front sight, giving it superior target sighting capability. The regular hammer's been replaced with a ring hammer. That enhances the cocking control and increases the hammer down speed. They also reworked the grip safety to accommodate the ring hammer. Looks like they eliminated it altogether. This is a tool for pros. The thumb safety and the slide stop are extended to allow for more precise handling. The base of the trigger guard is whittled down so you can use a high grip. And the trigger itself is a long type for easy finger access. The trigger pull is about 3.5 pounds. That's about 1.5 pounds lighter than normal. The magazine well has been widened to make it easier to put in a new magazine. The magazine catch button has been cut down low to make it harder to hit it by mistake. The mainspring housing has been changed to a flat type to increase grip, and it's even been fitted with stepping so it doesn't slip from the recoil when firing. On top of that, they added cocking serrations to the front part of the slide. That lets you load and eject cartridges faster in an emergency. Whoever did this is a professional. No question, this thing could shoot a one-hole at 25 yards in a machine rest.
Well, I'll be damned. That's some gun.
Yeah, I've never used a weapon this fine in my life.
That's one of my favorite calls because it's kind of unique to that weapon in particular. It gives you more detailed information about what he was gushing about when you first get it, alright? Because every other one is like, oh, you got the AK. This is what the AK is about. And then this weapon right here. Right? And what's funny is, when you first start this mission, you have a different M1911, and Sigget will have a different conversation about things, right? Also, really quickly. Did we get Eva's codec yet? Or no, do we not get that yet? I'm gonna Google this really fast.
You want to save?
Wait,
Hold on
what?
a sec.
No. Yeah, whatever. We'll save it anyways. Let her talk about a movie. Ah, there it is.
Snake, have you seen Earth versus the Spider?
Nope.
It's about this spider that suddenly mutates into a giant monster. They bring it into the city in a state of hibernation, but it wakes up and starts wrecking the place.
So why did the spider turn huge?
I told you, it suddenly mutated.
Yeah, right.
Snake, it's people like you that take all the fun out of watching movies. Always nitpicking and taking things too seriously. Honestly, why even bother? Look, the important thing isn't that it got big.
Then what is important?
The fact that there's a huge spider destroying the city. Suspend your disbelief. That's the whole point of movies.
Alright, not yet anyways. But yeah, I'm not too familiar when it comes to like the actual specifics of IRL weapons. I love how this game doesn't mess around. The previous games like give you 30, 60 rounds. This one's like, here's 120 for the AK. Have fun. There's a couple of other like hidden codecs that I am aware of. Coming down here to see if I can get any goodies. I definitely need a couple of mouse traps. Heck, there's even a couple of animals that we need to capture. We need to capture one for this playthrough, and later down the line we need to capture 3 for another. Yeah, this is fine. Could talk about some of this stuff. It'll come in handy later for sure.
I see you have the bug juice equipped. It's useful for keeping the bugs away. If you open the item window and press the enter button, you'll be able to keep the nasty critters like hornets and leeches at bay for a brief period of time. Use it well.
Tell me something, Sigint.
What's that?
What does Sigint mean, anyway?
It's short for Signal Intelligence.
Signal Intelligence?
The part of intelligence that deals with electronic information. Things like intercepting and analyzing electronic communications, determining enemy force strength and positioning from radar emissions and radio chatter. You get the idea. Code breaking is considered part of SIGINT as well. 40 years from now, we'll be in the age of electronic warfare. It won't be long before information replaces firepower as the most valuable commodity on the battlefield.
So you're saying they won't need guys like me anymore?
Sorry to break it to you, but that's not gonna happen. No matter how advanced our technology gets, there's still no substitute for human beings. Anyway, the Major is a man of foresight. He knew the electronic age was coming, and so he called out to me.
And you responded?
Well, I didn't have any place else to go.
You couldn't find a job?
Nope. None of the places where they do this kind of high-tech research would even let me in the door.
Why not? I know you've got social problems, but...
Come again?
Nothing. I mean, someone with your talent ought to be able to...
Yeah, well, maybe it has something to do with the fact that I'm black. The Major, though, he doesn't care about what color you are. I've never met anyone like him before. He's different, you know?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I don't think racism's going to go away even in the 21st century. But I want to work with computers and use them to bring people closer together. In the digital world, it doesn't matter whether you're black or white, American or Russian or whatever. Everybody's going to be the same. That's what I think. The Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. You can use it to
that's
take
right. She
enemies
gave us a
down
Mark
without
22.
hurting them.
I forgot about
The
that.
thing is, the amount of time it takes for the tranquilizer to work depends on which part of the body the dart hits. If you need to drop an enemy in one shot, aim for the head. The Mark 22 can also be equipped with a suppressor. With a suppressor equipped, you won't need to worry about anybody hearing the shot.
Well, I'm gonna need to use that for the boss fights.
But the suppressor will deteriorate each time the gun is fired. The durability of your suppressor is displayed on the weapon icon whenever the suppressor is equipped. Be sure to keep an eye on it. A suppressor can be unequipped by pressing the enter button while the weapon window is open. It's a good idea to take the suppressor off a gun when you don't need it.
How many times I've wasted suppressors using them when I was in the middle of a boss battle and shit like that? Oh, it's so annoying. I want to have the directional mic equipped. Magazines could be useful. Mind you, we're not really doing stealth non-lethal this time. Only for boss fights, really. Could actually probably call SIGINT and get a little bit of information on the Mark 22 more than what it was.
The weapon you've got equipped now is a prototype model of the Mark 22, a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy. It's been modified to act as a tranquilizer gun. The Mark 22 is a heavily modified special ops version of the M39 pistol used as a sidearm by the SEALs. Probably the biggest change from the M39 is that it's got a longer barrel, which allows it to be equipped with a suppressor. And it uses a slide lock mechanism. That makes it a lot quieter, but it also means you have to load a new round into the chamber by hand every time you fire. It's also fitted with tall, adjustable sights, so you can use the front and rear sights to line up your shot even with a suppressor attached.
Looks like they got rid of the magazine safety, too.
Good eye. That feature wasn't too popular with guys like you who know their guns. The shear release lever's been taken off as well, meaning the hammer won't fall even with the safety on.
So I can just cock and lock.
That, and you get the added bonus of not having any mechanical noise from decocking, even with the safety on. The perfect pistol for a sneaking mission, huh?
Snake, be careful. That area is inhabited by coral snakes. The coral snake is a venomous snake that originally hails from the Americas. Its venom is a very potent neurotoxin, so don't let it bite you. If you do get bitten, go into the survival viewer right away and use Cure to neutralize the poison with a serum injection. The colorful red and black patterns on the coral snake are a warning sign. Apparently, the bright flashy colors and pattern let other animals know that it carries a deadly poison that keeps them from attacking. There are many animals that mimic the colors of known poisonous animals as a defense. See, by mimicking other poisonous creatures, they increase their chances of survival.
Oh, look at Snake.
There is another non-poisonous
I just noticed
snake
that.
called the milk
He started
snake
to
that
fucking
borrows
like
its
do the
coloring
fall
from the
asleep
coral
thing.
snake. You're not even
No, he
listening,
was
are
starting
you?
to fall asleep.
Okay, we'll talk about something you're interested in then.
The taste?
Yes. It says here that coral snakes are pretty good in a snaky kind of way.
A snaky kind of way, huh?
God, I love that little
When you get
stuff
shot,
in
you'll
the
sometimes
like.
suffer a gunshot wound.
I love
The
that.
chance of suffering a serious injury is especially high at close range. When you have a gunshot wound, your maximum life will decrease depending on its severity.
Pretty sure I
Gunshot
could skip
wounds will
this
heal naturally over
conversation because we've
time,
heard it
but
before.
if you want it to heal faster, go into Cure in the survival viewer and treat it. To treat a gunshot wound, you need to dig out the bullet with your knife, disinfect the wound, and apply styptic, then wrap it in a bandage. When all that's finished, the gunshot wound will be fully healed.
Speaking of survival viewer, hold on, let me talk to Major one more time.
That swamp seems pretty deep. It's probably deep enough to dive underwater and swim around. Press the crawl button when you're swimming on the surface to dive underwater. The controls when you're underwater are quite different from when you're on land.
Yeah, I remember
The
that.
left analog stick controls the direction you're facing. Press up, down, left or right to turn in that direction. Press the CQC button or the crawl button to move forward. Each button press will move you one stroke forward. Press the button repeatedly to swim faster. You can also press the action button to surface in an emergency. While you're swimming, you can use the right analog stick to look in a different direction without changing the direction you're going.
There's a couple things we can get over here really fast. What was I gonna do? Oh, Survivor Viewer. That's right. So this is our history so far, right? This is from when Boss threw us over the bridge. Broken bones, 4 cuts. 2 broken bones and 4 cuts. Food history. Giant anaconda, 2 Russian oysters, a magpie, a reticulated python, a Japanese flying squirrel, and a green tree python. We will keep ourselves up to date with what we consume and our injuries, which I will get a couple of injuries on purpose later down the line. Just in case. I want to get the thermal goggles and see what we got. Ooh, hello. That's a milk snake, I think.
That area is inhabited by the milk snake. The milk snake closely resembles the coral snake, but it's actually not venomous. Even so, you'll still take damage if it bites you, so don't get too close.
So, is there a way to tell the difference between a milk snake and a coral snake?
It's pretty difficult. They really do look almost exactly alike. I guess if I had to pick something, I'd say it's that the milk snake is much less aggressive.
Okay.
Ah, I just thought of a better way. You're going to love this.
What?
Eat it.
Eat it?
Yeah, the guide says milk snakes don't taste very good.
Is that right? But if I've already caught and eaten it, what does it matter which kind of snake it was?
It doesn't, does it? Shoot, I thought I had a good idea.
Love that. I love how expanded the calls have gotten. Oh, also, bug juice. Don't let the crocodilies hit you on here. Hit you with the damn. Death roll. Nope. That was close. We got a leech on us.
Snake, look at your body.
Yep. Looking good.
Not there.
Then where?
See the leeches?
Leeches?
Yeah, you've got leeches all over you.
I think it's
Leeches
just
will
one
sometimes
leech, but
attach themselves to you if you spend a long time in the water or the swamp. When you've got leeches on you, they'll suck your blood, causing you to lose stamina.
not health.
You should get rid of them as soon as possible. To get rid of leeches, go into Cure in the survival viewer and press your cigar into them. Or, if you use the insecticidal bug juice ahead of time, the leeches won't bother you as long as the bug juice is in effect.
Doesn't last very long. I wonder if it's not lasting very long, or some of the issues that are occurring because of an FPS thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, like the bug juice might only be lasting half the time and stuff like that. Huh. Damn, it didn't give us the video. Here we go.
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Vulcan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traders have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I'd found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America, but it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya. That area is known as Chorny Prud. The name means something like the Black Shore in Russian. It got its name from the deep swamp that covers the area.
Oh god, now I want to backtrack and
The
talk to her.
crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious.
I don't.
Apparently, they've already chewed up a bunch of soldiers out on patrol. Now no one even dares to go near the swamp. They said that most of the soldiers who were killed were attacked from behind while they were in the water. You be careful out there.
Eva, what kind of unit are those ocelots I fought a little while ago?
The Ocelot unit is an elite group composed of soldiers handpicked from among the ranks of Spetsnaz, the Special Forces wing of GRU. They've undergone even more rigorous training than regular Spetsnaz. Their skill with weapons is the stuff of legends. You'll find they're much better shots than the rest of GRU. Watch yourself. The crevice that leads to the cave is still a ways to the north. Keep heading that way.
All right. Do that momentarily. We have a couple things to pick up. Also, let's make sure we consume food. Button. We should have a couple of snakes or whatever to consume. Nope.
I want some more.
Knock it out, Cap. That's not camouflage, is it? No, it isn't. I want to see what Sigan has to say about the raindrop camouflage that I currently have.
Wearing raindrop pattern camo, huh? Raindrop was used by Germany during World War II. Even now, it's still used a lot in Eastern Europe. It's designed to be especially inconspicuous in the rain, so you'll get the most out of it if you put it on during a downpour. Squares is a mountain camo.
We already talked about Square's mountain camo.
A cap shaped like a crocodile head, you say?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. You know, animal disguises are one of the oldest tricks in the book in the intelligence world. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I've heard that during World War II, the OSS used to use cow suits. Supposedly, they sent agents out to hide in herds of real cows so they could spy on enemy units as they passed by. Nowadays, I guess most people wouldn't even give a crocodile-shaped cap a second look. they think it was just a gag item. But if you use it the right way, it can be an effective weapon for spying. I gotta hand it to you, Snake. You're one sharp guy. You okay, Snake?
Now forget it.
Huh?
He was asking how does it look because like does it look good on me? One of those things. Brother. That's one leech. I think this is one of the few, if not only, areas where you can get leeches. I think I know when our next stopping point is going to be for this evening. Or maybe not next stopping point, but our just stopping point in general.
Wearing raindrop pattern.
We just talked about this.
You're on a solo sneaking mission. Your success is based on your ability to survive. That's where the survival viewer comes in. The survival viewer contains everything you need to survive out in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, and backpack to select your gear. Use food to eat, cure to treat wounds, and map to view a detail of the area. You've also got options that let you change the settings to suit your mission preferences. Got it?
Anything else?
Splitter is an indoor face paint. Painting your face with splitter should help you blend in better when you're infiltrating a building.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way.
Burns happen when you're engulfed in flames or get caught in an explosion. When you've got a burn, your maximum life will go down depending on its severity. Burns heal naturally over time without you doing anything, but if you go into cure in the survival viewer and treat the burn, you can heal it instantaneously. To treat the burn, lightly spread the ointment over the wound and wrap it in bandages. If you do both of these things, you can heal the burn altogether.
Good. You made it to Bolshaya Pust. The name Bolshaya Pust means something close to the Great Cavity. It probably got that name from the crevice to the north. There's a fortified area in the southern part of Bolshaya Pust that's strung with barbed wire. To the north of that is a relay station that serves as both a depot for material shipments and a communication facility. The crevice leading to the cave is located to the north of the relay station. Head north.
Eva, where are you now?
I told you, didn't I? I'm right near the Colonel.
Pretty weak answer, if you ask me.
I suppose you're right.
Eva.
Snake, I'm under orders to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you everything I know. I would assume the same applies to you, too. The crevice that leads to the cave is to the north of your current location. Keep heading north.
Alright, not much more to say than that, I suppose. Claymores. These will be fun later.
Snake, it looks like there are claymore mines planted all over that area. Claymores are a new type of anti-personnel mine produced in America. The ones you see there must have either been stolen or recovered from a battlefield in Southeast Asia. And what's more, our Russian friends seem to have modified these claymores with a special type of sensor. If you get anywhere near them, bang, you're toast. Watch your step.
Are you gonna say anything about
Claymores
what
can
I
be
have in my
picked up by
inventory or
crawling
no?
over them. If you come across a minefield, try crawling through it. Snake, it looks like there are claymore mines.
Just the same thing we literally just went over. Okay, got it. I forgot that the dog does the yelp.
Who's that?
Feel bad.
Finish me.
Okay.
Speak. Dogs, pick up your trail. I smell. Speak. You lousy.
We'll let that cut heal naturally. And there's a specific reason why you want to let stuff like that heal naturally. Right? You help it along a little bit. But when you let stuff like that heal naturally, your health goes up a little bit. That's what you heard just then. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna get pissed.
Answer me. On a little island in the southern swamp, a bizarre crocodile. Answer me. There are guys who know alert cancellation frequencies. Speak. Bastard.
I keep pressing the wrong buttons, damn it.
This tastes great.
Somebody there?
HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We've lost sight of the intruder, going into high alert.
The enemy is still nearby. Pursue and engage him.
Freeze! Please don't! Huh. Speak. On the little island, speak.
Are you the asshole?
There are guys. Speak. Bastard.
Alright. I'm getting the habit of how to talk to people without revealing too much. How are you not dead?
Freeze. Go ahead and shoot me, Yankee. Who's that?
Oh, bullshit. You're the other asshole.
Speak. Speak.
We have guys.
Speak.
You lousy.
Oh, motherfucking bullshit. Asshole. Fuck off. Do you really want to die?
Guess I'm. HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We've lost sight of the intruder. Get to high alert.
Acknowledged. The enemy is still nearby. Pursue and engage him.
What's wrong? HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. One of our guys is down. Go into alert formation.
Freeze.
He's afraid.
Please don't.
Answer. Speak.
On the little island.
Speak.
There are guys.
Answer me.
Bastard. Who's that?
Freeze. Speak.
If you shoot the barbed wire fence power source,
Answer me.
request to call off alert 147.11.
14711.
Speak.
Fire support request 141.62.
Speak.
Let me go!
Uniform chocolate chip. Are there any others that I could be possibly missing? Don't think so. Okay. Well, we aren't being as stealthy as we could be. Treating this more as if it were an action-y thing. That's okay, I suppose.
The crevice leading to the cave is to the north of that base. Keep heading north.
We can talk about the camouflage stuff later.
Something there. I must be seeing things.
Must be. Gotcha. Hopefully I can get fast enough. Don't turn around. Do not turn around. Do not turn around.
Who's that? HQ, please respond.
Fuck!
Control here. Requesting backup.
14711. They might be. Asshole! So yeah, there's the alert down, which is 147.11. It might have been for a different area, and there's attack support, which is 141.62. How you get those is you get them. I'll show you how you get those radios. Hold on. 2 gunshot wounds in my leg. Dickheads. Absolute dickheads. It's a pain in the ass because you're supposed to have like
Freeze. Bring it on, American imperialist dog.
Is that what you want? Is that what you want? What if I aim at your dick? This is how you get those.
The Ocelot commander. He takes good care of his hat.
That could be important.
In caves, torches. Speak. Bastard.
And I'm pretty sure he's done with that, so. Well, here's the thing. What I do is I just stop pressing circle, and it's risky. You got to stop pressing circle, and then press the L3 button.
Huh? What's wrong? Freeze. Just try and pull the trigger.
So these assholes that are like, just try and pull the trigger.
Speak.
And now I'm not holding circle anymore.
The Ocelot
right?
commander. Speak. Bats.
Use chaff for bats?
Answer me. Let me go.
When they do that, then you just hold circle and end them. Alright? That's how you successfully get away with interrogating them. It's dangerous. Right?
Huh? What's wrong? Freeze.
I just like that.
No, wait.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, though. Like, that's insane. This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. That's insane. Give me one more thing, and then I'll interrogate you. Hey, ointment. Nice.
Speak. Listening to the radio can be relaxing. Speak. Radio 148.39. Speak. Let go of me.
The reason you interrogate them is to help you mark down on the radio, right? 14839. And this is a whole nother section, right? Healing radio. And there's a couple of them for that. It's awesome. Shit.
Who's that? Answer me.
Nope, not what I wanted to fucking do. No, I wasn't trying to kill him. I wasn't trying to kill him. Thank you, though. I was trying to keep him knocked out for longer. under the bed. Yeah, fuck it. Okay. Not exactly what I planned for, but whatever. Of course.
Freeze. Please don't. Speak. In this area. Answer me. There's something good.
I think it's on the roof.
If you want to learn more, take a look at the survival viewer map.
And I'm pretty sure that's it.
Speak. The armory can be destroyed with TNT. Speak. In this area.
Okay, so they got about 4 max.
Who's that?
I hate when that happens. I wish it would work a little bit more consistently.
Speak.
Oh well.
Vision storehouse is destroyed. Speak. The machine gun with the action button. Speak. There are guys who know alert cancellation frequencies.
But yeah, you can go around and destroy this room right here for communications, I think. At least I think so. Maybe not. These are the last 2 I gotta deal with.
Who's that?
Really?
Call HQ.
Fine, you both get fucking killed. How about that? How about that? Jackasses. Oh yeah. This got so much shit with it. Also,
Sigint,
What's up?
the chopper we were talking about is parked at the heliport.
The one that was hauling the Shagohod in the Virtuous mission?
Yeah.
Perhaps it's an armed variation of the Mi-8 hip.
No. Some of it looks the same, but the overall shape is different. It's got stub wings, and the cockpit canopy looks like an angular greenhouse.
No kidding. Then it must be some kind of new model. I've heard stories recently that the Soviets are developing a flying infantry combat vehicle. That's gotta be it.
A flying infantry combat vehicle?
Yeah, a transport chopper with troop carrying capabilities. Think of it as an attack transport chopper version of France's AMX VCI or the Soviet BMP. They must be doing field tests on the initial prototype.
A next generation chopper that's a little smaller than the hip. Maybe we should call it a Hind.
Not bad. It's cool with me.
Then it's settled. We'll refer to that new type helicopter as a Hind from now on.
A little head nod. A little head nod.
Splitter was used quite a bit in World War II on German aircraft and stuff. The pattern helped mask the plane's attitude and direction in dogfights. Even now, it's still being used as camouflage in some places. It works best when you wear it against a steel or stone background.
But yeah, there's stuff like that. Stuff like that all over the place. Also, there we go. Yeah, there's a lot of secret ones. There's like one. We'll probably wrap up after we get the one that I'm thinking about. Mousetrap, RC Mate, a ration. This is the food provisions area we're gonna take out. And then there's one more thing we need to take out. Under the bed, we need to get another a suppressor for our pistol. Mousetrap. These will be very useful later down the line. I also need to. Let's take out this bullet. Can we do that? I don't know if we can actually reach. The angle might not allow for us to do that. And I'm not sure what else I could utilize the TNT for, in all honesty. Yeah, there's not much I can actually utilize this TNT for, outside of what I'm doing right now. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I don't think I can pick it back up, though. That's the thing. Okay, so it does work.
Radio, we need backup.
I don't know if it works. I don't think it works for the food. But we'll put a couple thousand rounds in it and see. Oh, it does. Or I hit my explosive. Either I shot the explosive and it did that, or the gun actually did that. I do not know. But that'll be important later because that's the provisions. So later we want to keep our ears open to hear, like, if we hear anything important. And this should have gotten rid of their armaments. So I got rid of their weapons and ammunition stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking I hit the TNT as well. Oh god, another book. I don't feel confident in showing that off. Yeah, there's a couple places like this throughout the game. Little bases of operation where you can destroy certain things to help affect future groups of enemies that you're going to go against. Nice. So we got a whole bunch of camo so far. We got the choco chip thing, we got water, we got the face paint for the snow, which will come in handy later down the line.
Looks like you've got some TNT. TNT is short for trinitrotoluene, a pale yellow crystalline compound made from a trinitrified mix of nitric acid and sulfuric acid. It's used throughout the world as a military explosive. It has a low sensitivity and is chemically stable, making it easy to handle. It's also got a low melting point and can easily be shaped by boiling or steaming it. But because the sensitivity is so low, you need a booster to actually get it to explode.
No problem. It came with its own remote control detonator.
Good. Then all you have to do is press the weapon button to place the TNT, and then press the CQC button to set it off. The map screen in the survival viewer will display the locations where you've planted TNT. Take warning though, the radio signal for the detonator is pretty weak. Don't forget that pressing the CQC button will only set off TNT that's planted in the same area.
I wonder if there's a radio frequency that'll do it too. That's not what I want to do. I wanted to look at the map, because if you interrogate people and say, look at there are certain people you can interrogate, and they'll be like, oh, item box? Like that right there, how you, like, interrogate them and they said, oh, there's some good stuff around here. If you look at the survival viewer map, and they mark places on your map. Yeah, I wonder if there is. Like, if it will detonate all TNT. Probably doubtful. Another mouse. A stun grenade. Okay, I'll take that. That could be useful in the next map we're about to go to. Also, my health has gotten up a little bit higher than it previously was, so that's nice. And what's the final one? Oh, that's ammo. Mark 22 rounds. We already have that full, right? Yeah. Okay. But yeah, they'll tell you positions of their buddies on the map. They'll tell you positions of gear and stuff like that on the map. Yeah, I mean, we could just detonate it if we have it equipped, of course. But I'm curious about that. Okay, here we go. After this fight, after this, I'm going to probably wrap it up for the evening. Find someone to raid.
Last. Looks like the boss's info was right. Twice now you've made me taste bitter defeat.
You'll find out why I'm gonna non-lethal this fight.
But you're mine now. All of you, leave us. It's just you and me. No one to get in our way. Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone. Shots. This time I've got 12 shots. Okay.
Draw.
Ocelot is a force to be reckoned with. Don't even think about running away. The only way to proceed with the mission is to defeat him. They say that Ocelot can hit targets hiding behind obstacles by using ricochet shots. Rocks and trees won't protect you. If you stay too long in the same spot, you'll only be making yourself an easy target. Don't stand still. Keep moving. I'm not sure why, but Ocelot seems to have a thing for his cap. You might be able to get him to let down his guard by shooting it off his head. All the exits are being blocked by members of the Ocelot unit. They're fiercely loyal to Ocelot. Even if Ocelot ordered them not to get involved, they might just step in to back him up if he gets in trouble. If you get attacked by one of the Ocelots, use a grenade or something to fight back.
That guy is using a single-action army. It's a 6-shot 45 caliber revolver. It takes 45 long Colt rounds. They're the same caliber as the 45 you're using, only more powerful. The only drawback is that because it's a revolver, it's a pain in the ass to reload. Ocelot will be open to attack while he's reloading. Use that window to unload on him.
Oh, how they're like, oh, don't do it while he's shooting at
Ocelot
you.
has 2 single-action army revolvers. That gives him 12 bullets in all. Keep a close eye on his remaining rounds. When he stops to reload, open fire.
Ocelot's pistol uses really powerful bullets, and he's a crack shot too. So if he hits you, you'll probably be severely wounded. If you get seriously wounded, go into the survival viewer right away and treat it with cure. Got it? It looks like there's a hornet's nest up there. If it falls down, you'll be attacked by the hornets inside. If you get attacked by hornets, swing your survival knife around or use a smoke grenade to drive them off. Wearing light-colored clothing can also be effective.
Snake, the only way to proceed is to fight. You have to defeat Ocelot. You can't jump over that crevice, and hand-to-hand combat
It's
is out of the
awkward, but you
question.
can use.
You have to shoot it out with it. Take cover behind something and wait for an opening. Then attack
You
him
can
with
do it
first-person
dual wield with it. It would be awkward as hell, though.
Ocelot is using a revolver. Revolvers take a long time to reload when they run out of bullets. When he stops to reload, that's your chance to attack.
Exactly. I was thinking about it. I'm like, it'd be awkward as hell to do it.
Nice shot. Not bad.
You won't get away from me!
But he is doing one-handed.
Excellent. From that range, huh?
Oh, I skipped that.
Felt tension like this before. That's so different.
True, but then you have to reload both weapons, you know? So it might be quicker. Ow, bitch. Bitch! Wait.
I love it!
Wait. Are we seriously doing this? That's the first time I've ever seen that. That's the first time I've ever seen him a quick draw duel and then come forward like that. That's actually insane. Also, ow, my face. You're not, motherfucker. You're not wrong about that. About throwing the snake at him.
I've never felt a tension like this before.
Alright, you son of a bitch, hold on.
That's so different from simply changing a clip. Fight fair!
Bitch.
Come on. I love it.
This is so weird. This is so weird. I love it though. I almost got him. Oh, he's gonna kill me. I know. I'm trying to do it, but it's not the traditional quick draw, you know? I might have to use some life medicine. I have a little bit, right? Yeah, we have 2 things of life medicine. Stop! Whoops.
Stay out of this. You fool! You won't get away from me!
Oh, fuck off.
I've never felt a tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip.
No, I'm not doing this again.
I love it!
I mean, that's pretty cute that you can actually, like, initiate this. I never did it before. Fuck, I suck! There we go.
That range, huh? You won't get away from me.
I'm not trying to get away from you. Oh, you dick waffle.
I've never felt a tension like this before. It's so different from simply changing the clip.
Come on. No, I need the mark. No, I need the mark. I thought it was to the right, not the left.
I love it. It's no use.
Fuck do you mean it's no use? I should have hit you twice, you bitch.
Nice shot.
He's got 2 rounds left.
This reload time is exhilarating. Told you to stay out of this.
He's also lost his hat and hasn't noticed yet. We got him. Oh. Got him non-lethally. Hey, his hat's been knocked out of his head.
Damn it. He found us.
I could have done it the first time if I didn't, you know, dive into the ravine by accident. Yeah. God, I fucking hate that scene.
You were lucky. We'll meet again.
I mean, it sucks that it requires a cutscene for you to safely dive into the ravine. Alright. Now, if we wait long enough, we could allow our eyes to adjust, or we could just use our thermal vision. Uniform animals. Also, really fast. This is important.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah, just barely. What the hell were all those hornets?
Most likely that was the Pain, one of the Cobras.
I figured as much. Are they tracking me?
I don't know. The Cobras only take orders from the boss. Not even Volgin knows what they're really up to, so I don't know anything about them either.
No kidding.
I'll try and dig up as much as I can about them. You just focus on moving ahead. Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct overgrown
3 of
with
hornets, but the
mangroves.
50-foot
This
fall
leads to
broke my legs.
Onzovier Swamp. And Snake, be careful. that cave
is pitch dark inside.
Good. I did remember to tell you then. If it's completely dark and you need a light, try using a torch. I heard there's some emergency torches stored somewhere in that cave.
Torches. Got it. So where are they?
Somewhere in the cave.
Where are the torches?
How should I know? Go find them yourself. Snake, have you heard about the massacre that happened in the forest near the village of Gnezdovo?
The Katyn Forest Massacre, right?
During World War II, the German army came upon the bodies of 4,000 dead Polish in the forest of Katyn.
Yeah, Germany blamed the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union denied it, blaming Germany in return.
The truth is that Stalin ordered the NKVD to carry out the killings. And it's not just Katyn. In places like Western Ukraine and Belarus, there must have been at least 20,000 Poles in the prison camps.
Why are you telling me this?
Volgin was one of the people responsible. He was one of the vicious leaders behind it.
Volgin was?
He blamed it on a prisoner revolt to allay any fears, and requested they be put to death. I've heard that Volgin even removed the blindfolds from each prisoner before he beat them to death.
I knew he wasn't all there in the head, but this...
Not someone you could be friends with. That cave is known as Chornaya Peshera. In Russian, Chornaya Peshera means the black cave from which cold wind blows. It's a magma cavern formed millions of years ago, back when Salinoyarsk was the site of volcanic activity. The structure of the cave is pretty complex, but you should be able to find the aqueduct if you keep moving inward. Head toward the interior of the cave. If it's completely dark and you need a light, try using a torch. I heard there's some emergency torches stored somewhere in that cave. Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct overgrown with mangroves. This leads to the Ponizovye swamp.
Eva, I wanted to ask you about Ocelot.
Yeah, I know. He's pretty infatuated with you, isn't he?
That's not what I meant. Aren't the Ocelots an elite unit?
Yeah.
So how'd he get to be their commander? He can't be any older than 18 or 19. I can't believe he's already a major.
I heard from the colonel that he's been given special treatment.
Special treatment?
Yeah, he's the son of some legendary hero or something.
No wonder he seems to have the right stuff. So who is this legendary hero anyway?
Beats me. The colonel never told me. All I heard was that his mother was supposedly shot in the gut during battle, and that he was born right there with bullets whizzing past them.
A pregnant woman in the middle of a battle?
That's what I heard. They say that when they stitched her up, the scar was shaped like a snake.
Well, that's battlefield medicine for you. What about his father, this legendary hero?
He didn't tell me. I don't think Ocelot's ever met his parents.
Are they dead?
Maybe. I don't know. There were a lot of MIAs back then, during the last days of the war. Ocelot probably would have ended up the same way. But he was taken in and raised by Gru and Volgin.
Because he was special.
That's my guess. If it's completely dark and you need a light...
That is a call that you can only get right after that fight. And for some odd reason in this game, it's a little bit weird where you have to, like, leave the codec and then go back into it in order to, like, get a new pool of things to talk about.
In addition to AKs, some of the patrols you'll encounter might be equipped with Scorpion submachine guns and shotguns. The Scorpion is even lighter than the AK, making it much easier to handle. Basically, a guy with a Scorpion is not
We've heard
going to
this
miss
one
you as
before.
often as with an AK.
Also,
The shotgun is a powerful weapon. One blast is enough to floor you, and you're likely to be seriously
we do.
wounded. Watch for that.
I'll, at the end, when I can talk about it, I will talk about it, though, okay? We do. And it's talked about in this game. I don't think it's obvious, but it's talked about. Animal fur pattern camouflage. The only reason we got this, wherein it removes any handshaking while aiming a gun. The only reason we got this is because we non-lethally fought Ocelot.
The camo index, located in the top right corner of the screen, tells you if your
Yep.
outfit is getting the job done. You can take off your face paint by selecting. You're on a solo.
You really not gonna say anything about this ammo cam? Tell me.
So you've got your uniform and your face paint.
Maybe we'll try later. We'll try later. We'll try later. God, I hate this. Yeah, exactly. No face in the menu. That'd be terrifying. So you can use the cigar as a little bit of a light source. It's not a very good one though. There's another thing you can do too. You can just literally do this and just wait, and like first person look, and eventually your eyes will adjust. If you just stand around and like look around a little bit, very slowly, your eyes will slowly adjust, and you'll be able to see around you. A lot of this is pretty slick. Also, if I'm not mistaken, this will actually help us see better, too. Yeah, you can miss the night vision goggles in this area. Hello? Oh, wait a minute. 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 I know what that is. I know exactly what that is. Oh. Never mind. But hopefully I'll find more mouse traps later down the line. Yeah, I was thinking it was that. Because I couldn't knock it out normally. I do know where there's a guaranteed way to get it. It's after a certain boss fight. Yep, thank you. Actually, let me go pick up those mouse traps if I can, right? Okay, good. So you can pick the mouse traps back up. Trying to cheese it a little bit, but I can't fucking see a goddamn thing. That's one of the reasons why I hate this area so much. There we go. There we go. There's the torch. That'll allow us to see. That'll allow us to see better. Let's eat one of these crabs. Actually, let's talk to Paramedic and see if she has anything to say about the crabs. Then we'll eat a crab.
I see you've caught yourself a Taiwanese cobra. The Taiwanese cobra is native to Taiwan and southern China. It's quite vicious and carries a potent neurotoxin in its fangs. Be careful. If it bites you, go into the survival viewer immediately and use the cure option to inject yourself with serum.
Sounds interesting.
Don't ask me.
Huh?
The guide doesn't say. If you absolutely have to know, then you'll just have to try it yourself and see.
I didn't say anything.
But you were going to ask, weren't you? About the taste?
Maybe.
I'll talk to you later, Snake.
What can I say?
I I see you've caught yourself a Kenyan mangrove crab. The Kenyan mangrove crab is a land-going crab. It lives in burrows dug near seashores and mangrove swamps. It's not poisonous, but it might hurt a little if it attacks you with its pincers. Treat it with caution.
Got it. So this thing must taste pretty good, huh?
Why do you say must?
It's a crab, isn't it?
It is.
And crabs are good to eat.
What's so good about them?
You don't like crab?
Not at all.
Why not?
Why?
I love
How
this.
can you eat those things? They're all purple and yellow striped, and they stink like cat pee. But that's just my opinion. Don't listen to me. Let's see here. The guide says... No way. It says they're delicious. Well, if you want to eat one, then go right ahead, but count me out.
I love those conversations, I really do. There's also another one, a very fun one. Hold on. Actually, hold up. Let me go to backpack. Let me go to this. Let me get rid of this. Let me put on the active sonar so we can do this properly. Let me do this.
I see you found some Russian glowcaps. The Russian glowcap is a kind of luminescent fungus, a mushroom that glows in the dark.
Why would a mushroom glow in the dark?
It's bioluminescent, just like a firefly. It uses the so-called luciferin luciferase reaction. To put it simply, luciferin reacts with luciferase in the presence of magnesium 2+ ions, breaking it down into oxyluciferin and carbon dioxide. The carbonyl groups in the oxyluciferin are initially in an electrical excited state. When they return to their base state, they give off light. Did you get all that?
Not really.
So he scratches.
By the way, does that mushroom recharge your batteries when you eat it?
Huh?
I mean, it seems like if you ate a glowing mushroom, it might recharge your batteries or something.
Snake, your batteries are organic batteries. They produce electricity by utilizing the potential difference between cells. Organic batteries are known for their highly efficient energy conversion, but they still rely on chemical reactions between proteins and enzymes to...
So you're saying they'll get recharged?
Believe what you want.
Great.
Said to recharge the battery when eaten. Battery has been recharged, right?
Paramedic,
What's up?
you were right.
About what?
I ate a Russian glowcap and it charged up my batteries.
Huh?
What's wrong?
That's great. Snake, can you excuse me for a second?
Sure.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah. There's no way eating a bioluminescent mushroom would cause your batteries to recharge.
What do you think it means?
Beats me. Maybe it's all in his mind.
You mean like a placebo effect?
Why not? You've seen how gullible he is.
I guess there's no harm done. Should we let him keep believing it?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, Snake, I'm back. Yes, the Russian glowcap is a glowing mushroom, so it'll recharge your batteries when you eat it.
And now, it will no longer recharge our batteries when we eat it. South. I want to map out this damn cave. No, it'll work. It'll work. But if you call, have that conversation with her, eat the thing, then call again, he'll hear Sigget talk about there's no way that that actually works. It's a bioluminescent mushroom. There's no way that works. And after he hears that, then it will no longer work. because the placebo effect will no longer be active. That's one of the few conversations that I ended up having. I don't remember, like, at least I don't think it'll work anymore. That might be the night vision right there. There's a couple of conversations like that. Nope. Observe. Will it do it again? Oh, it did work. Oh, I thought it didn't work anymore. Maybe I was mistaken. Eh. Oh well. So it still does work. Cool. Neat. Oh. Thank you. True, that is exactly why we do it, for science. This game is too fun. Game is too damn fun. After I get out of this cave, I am going to wrap up for the evening, though. Fight me, I don't care. Like another one of those things, I haven't really done it yet, but like... if I get bit by a venomous snake and let it cure by itself naturally, well, eventually, if I get bit by a venomous snake, it will no longer do any damage to me. Did I really de-equip the torch? That's a freaking hell out. Is the night vision in the first section of the cave or the second section of the cave? I believe it.
I see you've got yourself a ration. Rations are portable meals carried by Soviet soldiers.
I've heard some nasty stories about how they taste.
It looks like the rumors are true.
Great.
Hey, you should be grateful. Those things are designed to last. No matter how long you keep a ration, it'll never go bad. And they're surprisingly good for you, too.
I'd take a snake over this any day, even if it's a little rotten.
You are hopeless.
Yeah.
By the way, Snake,
What?
you know the Ocelot unit commander?
Ocelot?
Yeah, that's not his real name, is it?
I wouldn't think so.
Is it a code name?
You mean like Snake?
Yeah.
Maybe. Why? Is that strange?
No, I was just wondering why he's called Ocelot.
Why's that?
Well, I looked it up, and it turns out the ocelot is a wild cat whose habitat stretches from the southern US down to northern Argentina. They live in a variety of different environments, from tropical rainforests to savannas. The biggest ones can grow up to 1 meter in length. They're normally solitary creatures, and their diet consists mainly of small animals and fish. During the day, they sleep up in the trees, but at night...
Yeah, paramedic.
Oh, right. So, the ocelot is an animal that lives on the American continent. But then I wondered, why would a Soviet officer be using the name of an American wildcat?
I wonder why,
Good
indeed.
question. Maybe it's because he's fast and agile like an ocelot.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
But why'd you go to all the trouble of looking it up?
Because I was curious. Was it helpful?
Sure.
We know why because of, I mean, maybe we don't know why, but we can assume why, based on Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2. So it seems like it's not in the second section. I think I know where they're at and how to get to them. At least I think that's the case. I could be wrong, and they could be in here somewhere. Here they are. Yep. Well, is his love for Russia actually real in Metal Gear Solid 1? Or is it just him saying that to keep up appearances? Because at the end of Metal Gear Solid 1, he's talking to the third brother, ex-president George Sears in Metal Gear Solid 2, but I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You know what's funny? Technically, these shouldn't really work. But like, based on the lore, right? Technically, these should not be as good as they are because they need light to be amplified. But yeah, I think that's more the case based in number 2 as well, because when he's talking to Glukovich, he says something about...
This is horrible.
Says something about having no interest in reviving Russia, right? Taking it back to the Patriots. But you see how we can see so much better now? That's because we've been in this cave for a long enough time that we can see like that. Mind you, it's one of those things where if we literally just stood around, it would happen naturally, and we wouldn't even need the torch. That's why before he shoots Glukovich and Dolph, before he shoots them both at the same time. What's really funny is I still can't get over, like, I never have listened to the entire of the conversation that the Marine dude gives, but if you listen to his entire speech, you hear him talk about why Metal Gear Ray exists, and it makes so much like more sense about why certain things happen the way that they do. Did I get the shotgun? Yeah, the Marine speech. I think the shotgun's either in the second section or... What? Yeah, he talks about it existing to fight against... Basically, it exists to fight against the Patriot. Right. There's the shotgun. And it's kind of funny because every time someone's, like, certain people have only said la lay loo lay low in response to somebody's asking about the Patriots or mentioning the Patriots. We still, in the game lore, we still don't have the exact reasoning as to why that is. It'll be a little while before we get there. Also, that we just got that snow uniform, It's kind of funny that snow uniform's actually a little bit more important than you would probably think. You'd probably think. I'll explain why in a little bit. If you don't know, it'll blow your mind. Because when I found out, I was like, really? The smoke grenades are important. It's kind of funny because the way this game sets everything up is they set things up to be like, oh. Nope. Not yet. I don't want to go out that way yet. I want to make sure I clear out the entirety of this area first. Get off the damn thing. That's the progression point. I'm not going to go more into detail of why. I want to make sure I've collected everything over here. But what else do we have to discuss as we're doing this? It is kind of funny to see how Ocelot got his revolver of the name, you know? We're kind of aware as to why they have the Ocelot name, but he got revolver because of Naked Snake. Teaching him all about revolvers and whatnot. I should call Sigint about the night vision goggles. Alright, I wanted to make sure it was all cleared.
Hey, what's that you're wearing?
Night vision goggles. This gadget lets me see in the dark by amplifying light and displaying it as images.
Amplifying light?
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, I'll be damned. They're working on something like that here in the States, but so far it's not viable unless it's coupled with an infrared searchlight. And now the Russians have something you can carry with you. Anyway, those goggles should give you a decent visual range even in dark places. But don't look at anything bright like fire or it'll get burned into your eyes and you won't be able to see for a while. Be careful.
Effective in the dark. So, without night vision goggles, it'll help us see better, hilariously enough. Black is the worst one to use, my bad. I'm gonna call about this. Sigint, what do you gotta say about this?
The camo pattern you're wearing now is called Snow. Snow, as you might have guessed, is a winter camouflage developed to provide cover in a snowy environment. It's not solid white, though. It's got a little bit of vegetation pattern mixed in, too. It should work pretty well if you wear it against a white background. You're wearing snow face paint. Snow face paint was designed for use in Arctic operations. It's most effective against snowy backgrounds.
Not much to say about that.
Cuts happen when you get slashed with a knife or other sharp object. When you have a cut, your mouth...
Let's do a save really fast because it's been a while since we saved it. I'll get the buttons right one of these times.
Saving the game, Snake?
Need to talk to Eva again as well.
Snake, have you seen 007 From Russia with Love?
Nah, I don't like those movies. Real spies are nothing like James Bond. It's pure fantasy.
Snake, I don't think the Major's going to like you saying that.
And even though it's fiction, I can't help but comparing myself to Bond.
What exactly don't you like about James Bond? I mean, is it the fantastic gadgets, the cars, the guns?
Hey, Jar.
Snake, wouldn't you like to have a gun shaped like a pen?
What good is a pen gonna do me in the jungle? I'd look like a fool.
Then what about a snake-shaped gun? You could make it look like you're grappling with a giant snake and then get a shot in on the enemy while they're distracted. Ah.
Okay, now you're being ridiculous.
We'll make you a snake-shaped gun that folds up and fits into an attaché case.
Will you give it a rest?
Oh, I get it. You're worried about how to handle the ladies, aren't you?
No.
I knew it. To tell you the truth, I don't like the idea of playing hanky-panky with enemy femme fatales either. But that's part of Bond's appeal. You could learn a thing or two from him. I mean, what about this Eva? What are you planning to do with her?
I don't even trust her yet.
No, that's not what I mean. You can't let yourself get involved. This is a game of spy versus spy. She's using you just as much as you're using her.
I realize that.
You've got to grab the initiative, and to do that, you have to get the upper hand in the relationship. That's what a spy is supposed to do.
Get the upper hand? I don't think I'm cut out for that mission.
Maybe if you change your code name to 00 Snake.
Hey, Jar.
007 is the biggest thing to come out of England since the Mayflower. I wouldn't be surprised if they made 20 more of those movies.
Didn't you know? The Major is a huge James Bond fan. Don't get him worked up like this.
Worked up?
Maybe you don't realize this, but now that you've got him started talking about Bond, I'm going to have to listen to him lecture for a whole hour after he gets off the radio.
You have my sympathy.
It's too bad you can't enjoy such a great movie, though.
I guess I'm just one of those people who can't enjoy spy flicks.
I love that so much. Now, if I talk to the Major...
The cave seems to be structured like a maze, but there's an exit somewhere. Find a way out of the cave and head for the aqueduct.
All right, but it might take me a while to get through this cave.
Are you hurt?
No.
Is it the enemy? Did they set a trap for you?
Not that either.
Then what is it?
It's dark in here.
Dark?
Yeah, there's no light anywhere. I should have brought a flashlight with
Been a bit late for that.
So what you're saying is that it's going to take you a while because you don't have a flashlight?
Right.
Snake, if you don't have a flashlight, you should be looking for a substitute. I tell you, American soldiers these days rely too much on ready-made equipment.
Here we go again.
What was that?
Nothing.
American soldiers rely too much on ready-made equipment. And not only that, they can't seem to grasp that one piece of equipment can have multiple functions. Back when I was in the SAS, we never had that problem. We were trained to use every piece of equipment in as many ways as possible. If you don't have a flashlight, look for something else. You need to develop flexible, innovative thinking if you want to... Hey, are you listening to me?
Yeah, of course I am.
First, take a look at what you're carrying with you now. Don't you have anything that can provide you with some light?
Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct.
We heard of this one already.
By the way, Snake, do you have a calorie mate?
Yeah.
Is it any good?
I haven't tried it yet.
Oh.
You want it?
What?
Do you want the calorie mate?
What are you saying?
You want it, don't you?
I didn't say that.
So you don't want it then?
No. But if you were going to give it to me as a token of thanks for me helping you out, then of course I wouldn't refuse it.
Are you on a diet?
What did you say?
Calorie mate is supposed to be really good for losing weight.
Are you saying I'm fat?
No.
I'm not on a diet, and I don't need one. I just wanted to try the taste.
Oh, sorry.
Be careful with what you say.
Yeah, sorry.
So, is it true?
Is what true?
That it's good for losing weight.
Yeah. Calorie Mate provides a nutritionally balanced source of energy, and it makes counting calories easy. That's what's supposed to make it good for dieting.
Oh, I see.
I heard that all of the geisha in Japan use it.
Geisha?
Yeah.
I've never heard about that.
Really?
Yes. I'm sure there are some geisha out there using Calorie Mate for diets, but I doubt all of them are using it.
No, I guess not.
The gauge below... Snake, whatever happens to you, make sure you leave a descendant, okay?
Are you saying you want to have my baby?
No. I'm saying that in the 21st century, the genes of soldiers like you are going to be in high demand.
Genes?
Uh-huh. Remember when Watson and Crick discovered the double helix structure of DNA back in 1953?
No.
You know, they won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for it the year before last. Of course, you have to feel sorry for Pauling and Franklin. They were researching the exact same thing.
Sorry, I don't follow.
Inside every living creature are little blueprints called genes. Through the union of the sperm and egg cells, these blueprints are transformed and inherited by the next generation. That's why parents and children resemble each other. The concept of genes was first proposed over 100 years ago by Mendel, but he didn't know what they were exactly. For a while, it was thought that chromosomes were composed not of deoxyribonucleic acid, but of proteins called polypeptides. Later, it was shown that deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA, was a biological macromolecule. Then 11 years ago, Watson and Crick discovered that DNA had a double helix structure.
Yeah, this is all fascinating stuff, but what exactly does it have to do with me?
The inherent characteristics of any given individual are determined by his or her genes. By duplicating a set of superior genes, a separate body with the same set of characteristics, a clone, can be created.
But genes don't control a person's fate.
That's true, but having an offspring that's genetically identical to the parent is more efficient, right? You can expect better results that way.
More efficient? You can't mass produce human beings.
Maybe, but now that we know the true nature of genes, human cloning is that much closer to reality. Nuclear transplanting is already theoretically possible, so one day...
My genes are going to be a valuable commodity.
Exactly.
They'd never let that happen.
Just think, even if your body dies, you survive and go on to bigger and better accomplishments. If you think about it, it's kind of an honor.
Does that kind of technology seriously appeal to you?
Well, I am a doctor. I can't condone it on moral grounds, but I'm fascinated by the possibilities. Especially when I see such an excellent specimen as yourself.
Yeah, well, thanks for the compliment, but it doesn't make me feel any better.
Don't be so glum. It's not like it's going to happen anytime soon. We'll just have to wait and see.
A lot of little nods to Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 2.
Snake, do you know what epinephrine is?
What's with the questions?
Well, do you?
No.
Also known as adrenaline?
Never heard of it.
Really?
Nope.
I have.
Good for you.
Do you want to hear about it?
Not really.
Oh, I think you should hear about it.
Here we go.
So, epinephrine is a type of hormone. It's secreted from the adrenal glands in high-stress situations, like when you're exercising or you're under pressure. The epinephrine is released into the bloodstream and stimulates special receptor cells on various organs throughout the body. This causes the heart to beat faster, the blood vessels to constrict, and the respiratory passages to expand. It also raises blood pressure. You ever notice how you're faster and stronger than normal when you're under stress? That's because of epinephrine, and when you're bleeding, it...
Paramedic.
Yeah.
Is there a point to all of this?
Of course. In the alert phase, your body secretes epinephrine, and so your stamina won't be depleted as fast.
Uh-huh.
There. Good thing I told you, huh?
As always.
Should also add to the fact that after an alert phase, your stamina should decrease a bit faster. Wait, are we prepared for this? You don't need the torch. That'll work. Okay.
I caught you at last. We are the sons of the boss. Ha! I am the pain.
The pain. God.
I will guide you to a world of anguish beyond your imagination. Let's get started.
Snake, as long as the Pain is using his hornets to protect his body, you won't be able to damage him with gun attacks. You'll need to use a grenade to get rid of the hornet swarm first. Go into first-person view and throw a grenade at him. The shotgun should work as well. Get rid of those hornets protecting him, and then attack him with a gun.
Snake, watch out for those bullet bees. Bullet bees are the name the Pain gives the special hornets he raises inside his own body. And if they get into your body, your wounds will become worse and worse until you get rid of them. If you're afflicted by bullet bees, go into the survival viewer immediately and use Cure to dig them out with your knife. Once the bullet bees are out, don't forget to apply styptic and disinfectant to the wound.
The Pain is said to possess the power to control his hornets at will.
God, I love the
Watch
music.
out for insect-based attacks, especially his so-called bullet bees. The Pain doesn't just use hornets, he's got guns and grenades in his arsenal too. Be especially careful about those grenades. Snake, watch out for those bullet bees. Bullet bee is the pet name the Pain gave to a special type of hornet that he keeps inside his body. When the Pain gives the order, they fly at their target like bullets, burrow into his body, and eat away at his insides until he's dead.
Fuck.
If you get hit by a bullet bee, go into the survival viewer right away and heal yourself on the Cure screen. That being said, despite the name, a bullet bee is really just a type of hornet. They can't follow you into the water. If the Pain launches any at you, dive under the water.
The Pain has the power to control swarms of hornets at will. Watch out for his hornet-based attacks. Not even the Pain's special breed of hornets will be able to follow you underwater. You're a good swimmer, right? If you're being harassed by any hornets, dive into the water. The Pain has the power to control swarms of hornets at will. Watch out for his hornet-based attacks.
Not a lot, unfortunately. Well, you did say something about the shotgun. Oops.
Grenade! Mutations of real pain. Attack! Is that all you've got?
I would like some more knockout rounds because I don't know if we're gonna have enough. I need to try and shoot him in the damn head.
We found him!
There we go, that'll work. I mean, technically, yeah, I can.
Delicious. Take this! My hornet! Hey! Grenade!
I hate you.
My hornet!
Fucking hit him! There we go, Jesus. I think we can use stun grenades, but because I can't, like, weigh, I need to, like, aim the grenades better. Here we go. There's your bullet bees.
Yeah. Get him! Oh, my brother! Come out and play! Go get it! Hey! Grenade! Grenade! My hornet! Hey! Now show you the true meaning of pain! You the taste of green! Come out and play!
A little bit annoying, but we're gonna get it.
Go get
Where did you go, Cotton Eye Joe? We almost got him dead. Let's check the stun grenade thing. I actually want to check that out. See if that'll actually do any damage to him. He caught my smoke grenade. Not what I wanted to do. Did it do anything to him? Can't see a fucking thing right now. Oh shit, what? Damn it. Got him. Non-lethal got him.
The pain. The pain. The pain.
382 trank darts in his face. I mean, yeah, we took him out non-lethally by making him overdose on tranquilizers. See right there? Now we gotta go get his armor. Pinhead? A little bit. Hornet. Wards off hornets, spiders, and leeches. Also allows wearer to tame hornets. So we need to find ourselves a hornet nest. Tame some hornets.
Snake, what's that camouflage?
There we go.
It's called Hornet Stripe. I got it from the pain.
No kidding. Sounds like a pretty unique design. From the looks of it, it's somehow infused with the power of hornets.
The power of hornets?
Sure. When you're wearing that outfit, hornets won't attack you. Neither will spiders or leeches. You might even be able to tame the ones that come flying out of a hive.
We've got a couple more we can get. Oh god, I know which one's gonna be a pain in the ass. I'll have to make sure that's how we get it. We might get it a different way. I think we might get it a different way. Now we can never go back there.
The Mark 22 is a trank.
Snake, you beat the pain.
Not without a tough fight.
How did it feel to fight one of the boss's comrades?
Just
What are
some,
you getting at?
just showing off that you
I
can
just
use the
wanna
gun
know
underwater.
what it's like to have fought a member of the legendary Cobra unit. That's all.
What you want to know is if I can really face the boss. Is that right?
Well, that too.
Don't waste your time worrying about me. I'll get the mission done.
I certainly hope so.
So the exit of the cave is up ahead?
Right. Go
You're
to
just
the end
getting
of the
some
cave
food and
you'll
showing off
come
you
out
could
in
use
an
the gun
aqueduct
underwater.
overgrown
Not
with
much
mangroves.
else.
This leads to the Ponyzovier swamp. Pass through that area to the north and you'll reach the aqueduct. But be careful. The aqueduct is patrolled by flying platforms.
Flying platforms?
Soldiers hovering in the air.
I've heard stories, but
They've already been implemented over here. It goes to show that America isn't number one in everything.
You can take off your.
I got one funny one.
Snake, what's up? Why are you naked? I know there's a naked option under uniform that lets you take off the upper part of your uniform. But without a shirt on, your camouflage sucks, and your stamina goes down faster. You don't get any advantages whatsoever.
sure there are.
Like what?
It feels good.
Man, you do whatever you want.
I will, thanks. Just one question, though.
What?
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what?
My pants, can I?
Oh, hell no! This Fox unit is a nut fest.
The laugh. The fucking laugh. Ugh. Hmm. There we go. Got the video. Pretty tasty. What the hell set that off? A mouse? Whatever. Ooh. You know what? You can bite me. Alright. When we get to the next area, that's where we're going to save it and wrap it up for the evening. We need to dispose a little bit of our food.
That's tasty.
Alright. So, we're about 8 hours in. I've got a couple of other things I can show off later. They will require me to reload, though. When I do them. Let me get a couple calls in and see what we got.
I see you found your way to the aqueduct. If you follow it to the north, you'll come to a warehouse used for transporting supplies. Pass through the warehouse, and you'll come out into a forest. The lab where Sokolov is being held is directly to the north of that forest, so head north. Snake, the water in that aqueduct comes up to your waist. Naturally, you won't be able to walk as fast as usual. But you can jump into the water with a roll, or press the crawl button to go underwater and swim your way through. Unlike what you've experienced in training, you'll be able to fire handguns and assault rifles underwater. Keep that in mind.
I see you've caught yourself an arowana. The arowana is an ancient fish that lives in tropical freshwater areas. Because of its large size, I don't think you'll be able to capture one alive. Ancient fish like the arowana are living fossils. They've hardly changed their form since the Devonian and Jurassic periods. Other ancient fish besides the arowana include the coelacanth, the starlid, and the knifefish. Almost all organisms on Earth have evolved in various shapes and forms, but these fish have kept the same form for hundreds of millions of years. Baffling, isn't it?
Sure.
Well, I can see you're not interested.
Not at all. I love ancient fish.
Why?
They taste pretty good.
There's a couple of them like that, where if you call and you've already tasted
I
it...
see you've captured a poison dart frog. The poison dart frog is native to the tropical rainforests of Central and South America. They normally grow between 2 and 5 centimeters in length, but for some reason the ones in that area seem to be much bigger than that. Poison dart frogs are known to carry a potent neurotoxin called hemiliotoxin.
Little teeny tiny frogs.
Long ago, people
But
used the
they're
poison
like,
to coat
oh,
their arrows
radiation
for
or something
hunting.
makes them big now.
Watch out,
It's
because
an
if
excuse
eat
for you to be able to get
them,
them
food
easily.
poisoning.
You say they have flying platforms out there? Flying platforms are a type of personal VTOL aircraft.
They were working on those in America, too, weren't they?
Yeah, back in the 50s. They were supposedly going to be used for scouting and patrol missions, as well as to spot for artillery
Yeah,
units
they
and
did it for
transport troops
mechanics.
into rough territory. They
It's
even got an
funny.
initial prototype off the ground in 1955.
Like poison dart
But the
frogs
thing
are
wasn't fast
very
enough,
small
and there were
in
problems
real
with
life.
getting it to stop and turn in midair, so they ended up scrapping the project.
So they've just
The
upped
ones
the
you see
size of
there
everything
were
for you
built
to be
by the
able to get it
Soviets after they
easily.
got their hands
Like
on
shoot
the
it with a
American
gun or
design
whatever.
plans. The American model used a pair of contra-rotating rotors to generate lift, but those Soviet models seem to be using jet engines instead. They must have kept going with their research after the US abandoned its own project. Now they've finally overtaken us. You gotta give them credit for sticking with it. If you get spotted by an enemy riding a flying platform, they'll go into alert phase. The flying platforms themselves don't seem to be armed, but the pilots are carrying Scorpion submachine guns and grenades. The recoil on the Scorpion is low enough so that they should be able to fire one-handed in full auto mode. That gives them some serious firepower.
No response from Eva, which makes sense if you know. Like I said, let's save it, because if I don't save it now, I'll just continue playing this game all night, and as much as I'm having fun with it, I need to get some kind of a sleep. We got a couple more little secrets. I'm not going to stick with some of the secrets that I show off tomorrow. I'm not going to stick with it. But I am going to show it off because it is pretty interesting.
Snake, have you heard of The Last War?
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
It's a Japanese movie where the world ends in a nuclear war. Tensions between East and West reach the breaking point, and before anyone can stop it, they launch the ICBMs. Humanity is wiped out by a war that no one wanted. The movie depicts that destruction from the eyes of ordinary people. Their simple daily lives are torn apart
Well,
by
thank
the
you for
terrible
stopping
power
by and
of a
chilling.
war that has nothing to do with them.
Everybody's afraid
I'm going
of
to
the
find
next
someone to
big
raid,
war,
of course.
but there's only so much that one person can do.
That's why the people who have the power to stop it have to.
We're going to have a lot to discuss in the next couple of days on this one. And then when we get to 4, we're going to have even more to discuss. And then I'll probably end up going through and playing all these games. Like, I'll play 2. Maybe I'll play 2 again on Extreme. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on how much more time we have when I'm done with 4. Then we have to go into 5. And then Rise and Revengeance I want to play. So 5 will probably take up a lot more time than most of these games because of what it is. Anyways. Not a way to exit, is there? Yeah, there's not a way to actually exit. That's fine. That was fun. Yeah. I'm gonna end the video for YouTube and Twitch highlight watches, basically. So, for those of you that are new to the kingdom, if you haven't already, be sure to become a citizen today via subscribing to this channel as well as my main channel. Leave a like if you like and comment if you feel so inclined to do so. Links should be down in the description below through all my links and streamer links where you can catch me on all of my associated sites, be it Twitch. You can follow me over there and catch me when I go live at 6 p.m. EST every single day, at least for the year of 2022. The community Discord where you can always get the most accurate notifications of whenever I do go live. If I'm going to be a little bit late or early to a stream. Twitter, which I pretty much only ever post when I'm going live. A couple referral links to some survey sites that I use. And I'm pretty sure you can only do that if you're in the North American region, unfortunately. And exclamation point links for those of you that are watching the Twitch highlight. I think that's all that. Yeah, that's all that. So that is going to be it for me for the time being. So until next time, take care and have a good one. Bye-bye.